Magandang araw sa inyo, Crossfire Philippines. Dito naman tayo sa isang edisyon pa ng Xypher PH IMPACT 2025. Ako nga pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sneaky Frog. At grabe nga naman yung lineup ng matches natin ngayong araw. No? Walang team sa magtatambal sa isa't isa habang napapalapit na tayo sa araw ng playoffs.
Yun nga, we're inching ever so closer. Group stage finally in full swing, no? After ng napakainit na past 2 weeks, these weekdays, pare. Pero ayun nga, we're already getting a rough idea kung ano mang itsura ng ating standings, or at least ano mang itsura ng hierarchy pagdating nga dito sa CFS PH IMPACT, pare. But of course, we gotta talk about a lot of stuff bago tayo dumating dun, pare.
At isa na yun ang tournament format, no? Tama ka dyan, Sneaky Frog. So, we gotta take a look kung ano nga ba talaga ang pinaglalabanan nitong mga to, no? For a total prize pool of 2,500 USD. Walang team sa magtatambal sa isang single round robin best of 3. At yung apat na magigiting natin sa tapos ng group stages, single elimination best of 5 nga naman, no? With the champion walking away with a lion's share of $700 followed by 500, 400, so on and so on. So huge stakes din tong CFS PH IMPACT. Not only nagdalaban sila dito para sa pera, lumalaban sila para magkaroon sila ng pwesto sa eventual CFS PH Regional Finals.
Ayun nga, that din definitely very, very important. Most likely what the top 2 teams are playing for as of this tournament, no? So, ayun nga, we're gonna take a look at yung team standings natin dito, pare. And kagaya nga na sinabi ko kanina, we are getting a rough idea kung ano yung itsura ng tournament na to with these team standings. Obviously, we expected MATTJESS to be first place, R7 to be up there as well, SS at Heroics all the way up to number 4. Vengeance, ayun nga, no, it's about that number 4 spot, pare, which is probably gonna be Sunday Shrooms, Heroics at Vengeance nag-aaway for that top 4 position. And the rest of yung competition natin dito, pare, the new kids on the block, not doing too good, unfortunately, pare.
With the exception siguro ng Xypher Pro Team, kasi sila pa lang yung may kakayahan para umaabot talaga ng map 3, no? As well as Heroics. So siguro isali na rin natin na si XPT sa usapang pwedeng umabot ng top 4, no? Sila mismo ngayon yung parang Amelion Gaming, no, nung Impact Summer last year, na alam mo yun, na nananalo sila pero not enough para umabot talaga sa playoffs, no? At ganoon din naman ang sinapit ng Ria 7. Pero grabe naman kasi yung glow up ng roster nila, acquiring the talent of Jeffrox and JCD in the off-season, no, being able to utilize those 2 players na familiar sa isa't isa, adding that cohesion, tapos pumasok pa sila sa Impact na grabe naman yung pagwawala nila dito sa tournament na to. So, to all the teams that will be competing later on, no, para tumaas pa ang kanilang kalidad dito sa pwesto, good luck para sa kanila.
And we're gonna take a look at today's matchups dito, pare, as the first bout para dito sa ating week number 3 in day number 5. It is gonna be Ria 7 versus Arise Gaming Team. Arise looking silang pumawi dito sa kanilang standings, pare, after a disastrous first 2 weeks dito sa CFS PH IMPACT. And obviously yung second series natin, it is gonna be Heroics versus Vengeance. Very interesting na series, no, considering na these 2 teams, I would argue, playing almost at the same level dito, pare.
Yeah. There's going to be an exciting game number 2, no? MATTJESS and Sunday Shrooms is going to be a must-watch, actually, no? The moment that hits, grabe nga naman yung talagang magiging, yung hard-hitting exchanges nila sa isa't isa. Pero dito tayo sa day 5, no? Like, I'm really looking forward to the Heroics versus Vengeance matchup. Not only ang laki ng kailangan nilang ipaglaban sa isa't isa, no? Vengeance, on the other hand, would really want this win kasi nga medyo masakit yung sinapit nila last week against MATTJESS. So, for Heroics, maganda na yung pinapakita nila, no? And nahanap na nga nila yung chemistry nila sa isa't isa. So kumbaga nakapagluto na ang Heroics para doon. Pero let's talk about Ria 7 versus Arise Gaming Team. Kasi Arise Gaming, for the past 2 series na nakalaban nila, no, MATTJESS and as well as Heroics, hindi maganda yung pinakita talaga ng Arise Gaming Team sa kahit sa ang angulo tignan, no. Yotib and A42, like we could really give them the flowers that they really are solid players, but at the end of the day, you can never be too solid para sa isang tournament na ganitong kalaki, no? So kailangan lahat kayo solid, lahat kayo may team play. Whereas Ria 7, ito talaga yung mga nagmamayabang na kahit anong gawin namin, gumagana nga naman talaga.
For sure. And you can't really blame yung R7 for playing like this, no? I mean, the caliber of teams and what they did as well up against itong AL, considering na, ayun nga, AL also had some good spots dun sa series ngayon, but R7 at the end of the day was just a better team, no? I mean, you have itong si JCT, you have Jam, you have Ajax, itong si Jeff Rocks and si Charles. If you ask me, no, this is not a Impact roster, pwede natin tawagin pare. These are, you know, a mishmash of Masters players looking to redeem themselves, possibly dito sa play-in. So, it's gonna be a very hard challenge para dito sa AG, no? Kasi, ayun nga, it hasn't been the best few weeks para sa kanila dito, pare. And even nung nakalaban nila yung Heroics, which I would argue parang, you know, slightly weaker version siguro ng R7 dito, pare. They also had a hard time going up against them. So, AGT, they just need to, I don't know, lock in siguro. I wouldn't say lock in, no, kasi some of these teams are just very, very good, pare. Pero siguro they just need to find something, find anything para may makapitan sila sa series na to, men.
Hopefully, no, yung mga kapit na is sobrang higpit. Kasi at any time, pwede nilang bitawan talaga yan, eh, no? Pero etong mag-away na kapatid, no, both R7 and AGT, sibling rivalry, brotherhood rivalry, may kita na nga natin, no, na mag-transpire siya mayat-maya, no, as we head into the map Vito, no. For sure, we already have something in mind kung saan sila magtatambalan. Sub-base is banned! Wow, okay, lots of respect dito para sa Rhea 7, pero we're so very familiar sa lakas ng Rhea 7 sa loob ng compound, and for a Rise Gaming team, parang ang gusto ata nila dito is mag-shine si Yotib with them picking port. Pero compound, the confidence here for a Rise Gaming team na iprayo ang blacklist dito, no? Something that you do not see that much, no? As much as na nagkakaroon ka ng pagkakataon na pumili ng isang map tulad ng compound, gusto mo talaga na magsimula kaagad as global risk. Pero for a Rise Gaming team, parang iba ang kanilang game plan.
Yeah, starting on BL is very interesting, no? Kasi yun nga, you get to start on the weaker side. Pray na makakuha kayo ng napakadaming rounds dito sa BL and hopefully ma-close out niya by the time the second half comes around. When you don't have that bad of a score, siguro 6-3 or 7-2 yung usapan. Pero first two maps kasi dito para sa Rhea 7, pare, I'm very confident dito sa kanilang compound play. We've already seen that time and time again before. But then at the same time, you're taking Rhea 7 to port, pare. Take a look at their logo, pare. I mean, you just know na this team is very capable of playing port. And the fact na may history rin yung R7 sa paglaro ng port in last year's stint sa CFS, it's a big risk na tinatake dito ng AGT to draw that second map. So, gonna have to wait and see kung if this is gonna be a bit more of a fight galing sa kanila dito, pare. Pero sub-base being banned first, yun talaga yung malaking surprise dito, men.
Could have went Eagle Eye, should have prioed Ankara early, no? Para kahit paano may laban ang Arise Gaming team. Pero them picking port, I feel like matagal na nga nilang ine-ensayo to just for them to have this much of confidence na ilaban tong port na alam naman natin, JCD, Charles, or even Jeff Rocks really knows the back end or even like the surprise factor na itong mapa na to. No? Pumunta naman na tayo sa ating prediction. No? Kailangan na natin in-nostra Sneaky Frog kung sino nga ba magwawagi dito. No? Ako na magpe-predict para sa'yo, pre, kasi pareho lang naman tayo ng iniisip. PS7, 2-0, Arise Gaming team still not that capable of taking down some form of macro dito sa gantong klaseng tournament. No? So ang laki pa ng kailangang anihing bigas ng ating mga kaibigan, no, from Arise Gaming team, knowing na the two trials na nakuha nila, no, from MATTJESS and Heroics, two of the standards dito sa loob ng PH Impact, na hindi nga sila umabot sa kalahati ng scoreline, no? So Arise Gaming team, hopefully they pull this together sa Rhea 7, magkaroon man tayo ng glimpse, any short of light para sa kanila, no, para mas lumago pa sila as a team. Pero as it stands, etong Rhea 7 na to, no, they are the real deal sa loob ng PH Impact.
I was just very, very worried para dito sa AGT, para kasi walang Black Widow na lumabas para sa kanilang Vito, and I really feel like yung pinaka-best na nakita natin galing dito sa AGT was from that specific map, pare. And obviously, R7 banning out itong sub-base, R7 banning out yung kanilang Black Widow. So, none of these maps are definitely in the comfort zone dito ng Arise Gaming team. So, yung gonna be very interesting once we see itong map number 2 ng port, whether or not they can deal with itong R7 in their first half, especially knowing kasi R7 na pag na-realize nila that they can just do anything dito sa mapa, especially pagdating sa port, they're just gonna start pushing you over and over again. Pressure is gonna be insane para sa kanila dito. So, yeah, I don't know, man. We need to see some miracle play siguro galing dito kay Yotib or Kaya or kay man, like anyone galing dito sa AGT that can kind of just hold it down kasi fully knowing kasi round number 1 pa lang paparamdaman na agad dito ng R7 kung ano yung gusto nilang laruin dito sa mga mapa natin, men.
Tama, men. Because ito yung Rhea 7 na wala naman talagang tinatago actually, no? This is a Rhea 7 na they're really showing what they are capable of. Hindi sila nagtatago ng strat sa kalaban nila even on a hard matchup last week, no? Like Rhea 7 really gave it all. So even though you are a Rise Gaming team, feeling mo naman well-equipped and well-prepared tong Rhea 7 na to, no? Shoutout nga sa'yo, Boss NMLZ aka Lemon, no? Sa isang magandang performance boosting na Japanese kick na binibigay mo dito sa mga players mo rather, no, dito sa Rhea 7, no? At shoutout nga din pala kay Boss Jeffrax na nagpapabati kanina, no? Nag-aaya pa sila ng 3BT kanina nung nagpe-prep pa sila. So sa inyo guys, good luck, no? And as well as for Arise Gaming Team, Rio, nakatingin kami sa'yo. Sana mabuhat mo itong mga kakampi mo dito sa loob ng Arise Gaming Team, and as well as kay Yotib, rather, no? Kapangalan mo na eh. Muntikan na, kapangalan mo na eh. No? Isang letra na lang. Pwede, baka mali mo magkasing galing na kayo, no? Pero Yotib, nakabantay kami sa'yo. Solid yung pinakita mo last week. Sana ngayon din ganun din yung makita namin ngayong araw na to. And may din mga kaibigan from Crossfire Philippines sa lahat na nanonood sa ating Facebook Live ngayon. Maraming salamat sa suporta nyo kagad. May papasok na nga tayo sa loob ng compound para matunghayan ang laban ng Rhea 7 versus Arise Gaming Team.
Ayun nga, we haven't seen too much teams actually starting dito sa compound, dito sa kanilang BL side, pare, considering how big of an advantage, no, yung pagsimula ng GR sa mapa na to or just playing GR in general, no, pare. So, let's see if the theory is right. Feeling ko itong AG, pare, may nakikita silang di natin nakikita dito. Just gonna be very worried pagdating sa kanilang mid-play especially, no, alam ko talagang hindi magbibigay ng libre itong R7 dito sa con mid unless yun nga, AGT starts figuring it out, and obviously mag-back away na lang sila dito sa curve. So daming options, no, para dito sa GR side to actually start things off very very good dito sa mapa natin. Feeling ko lang talaga na itong AGT, they just need to not get caught off guard dito, pare.
Sa compound naman kasi, you have two options eh. Babombahin mo yung mid-con or magde-default lang kayo as a team. Go for zone setup na 2-1-2. Kayo bahala, no, kung paano diskarte nyo. Pero itong Rhea 7 kasi, the moment that they step into the global risk side, hindi talaga sila nagpapakita ng zone eh. No? Like, I do not see them going for crossfires. Palagi sila nagpipillars push. Dalawa yung pinapadala nila doon. Kung hindi man, bomba kagad sa mid-con at i-push out kagad yung mga kumukuha ng store A, ng long A, ng CA. Yung parang andali talaga kunin. Kasi nga, kaya nga nilang batuhan ng util na maganda, and then their aim speaks for itself. So, if that is the game plan for Rhea 7, ang ina-advise ko naman for Arise Gaming Team is to keep calm, trying to allocate space sa sarili nyong RS bago talaga kayo magmalalim, kasi hindi biro kalabanin ang mga players tulad nila Ajax at ni Jeffrax na alam mo talaga nasa A-game nila ang pagtutok. So, if Arise Gaming Team tries to play Team Crossfire, kung sa inyo, mag-hold muna kayo ng mga specific angles, especially Store B or even LA. Lahat ng yun pwede maging susi para makapag-push out kayo ng side. And then there goes Rhea 7 with the adjustment na magiging effective, pero I just really think Arise Gaming Team ang laki ng kailangan nilang basahin towards their opponent.
Yun nga. I really just hope na YouTube does have a good sniping day, para dito sa AG. And ayun nga, if we're not gonna see a good sniping game galing sa kanya dito, we also have other options on the team. Obviously, si Rio can snipe CR7, and we've seen it. We've seen him pick it up from time to time siguro, but then going up against yung, some veteran snipers, second snipers dito, pare. I mean, you have Ajax, siguro si JCD can also snipe as well. Maybe Jeffrax kung trip niya siguro, pare. So, lot of options para dito sa map number 2, especially map number 1. Gonna be very, very interesting how they're gonna operate. Actually, making option para dito sa R7 to go 5 rifles, which is not gonna be too bad of a shout, no? Especially pagdating sa mapa ng compound where at most yung mga range fights na makikita mo is gonna be within B pillars, long A, CA, con mid siguro. So, not much in need. Siguro, it's more about yung medium range fights if ever you're more defensive-minded as a team siguro. So, yeah, a whole lot of stuff you could do kung kaya yung R7 dito, pare. And guys, I hope you hang on. We're just fixing something in the background, guys, na Ayun nga, hopefully they do get it figured out pare kasi I'm trying to get started. No? I'm trying to see if BL start on compound is yung bagong tech dito pare.
Nakakaramdam ako ng ng onting sabotahin ng mga internet netong Arise Gaming Team tsaka ng Ria 7. Kaya guys, kalmahan nyo lang guys, panandalian kasi may magsisimula na nga tayo sa loob ng compound din. At batiin naman natin ang ating mga alumni ng Ria 7 sa mga hindi nakakaala, mga ating boss coach ngayon ng Gaon Gaming, si Rashger, dati rin naglaro sa CFEL, dala-dala ang banner ng Ria 7, no? And as well as kay Boss Brett ng Gaon Gaming din, no? Shoutout sa inyong dalawa, mga bossing sa mga nanonood ngayon, no? At sa lahat ng bumubuo ng Ria 7X Gaon Gaming, kung di ako nagkakamali, nagkaroon din sila ng merger isang beses. Please correct me if I'm wrong, no? At inaalala ko pa ang aking history, no, sa loob ng Crossfire. At kung mali man ako, maraming salamat na kagad pag kinorek niya ako. Pero yan, shoutout nga pala sa ating mga alumni ng Ria 7, si Boss Christ, no? Na dating lumaro din para sa para sa Amelion Gaming, kung di ako nagkakamali. Dati niyang kakampi si CBN last year. And then, yun, parang ang tagal na ng Crossfire pre, hanggang ngayon may Ria 7 pa rin tayo. Tulad ng Pacific Esports, ng SGJ, tulad ng mga ganyan. So nakakatuwa naman na andyan pa rin sila Ria 7. At sa wakas pre, nagbunga ng ating pag-iintay. Pag may tiyaga, may nilaga, it's now time for CFS PH IMPACT 2025. Arise Gaming Team versus Ria 7. Tinaman naman si Boss Rio. Aba, grabe nga naman ang kanyang mala security guard na pagtakbo pre.
Not this again, Jeff Rox. Ito na naman tayo.
Hindi pre,
the M60 experiment pare.
Sure na yan.
Sure na ba to? Ito na ba? Jeff Rox has the M60 been warmed up. Nakita ko siya nag-FFA eh.
Diba?
He do be warming up with the M60 para. Let's see if it's effective. A site's gonna be pushed in. Rio, bawas agad sa simula. Aero with a very good trade as Jam will get a 1-for-1 dito kay Rio para na gusto pumasok dito sa Z. Pero meron ng 4 na nakapwesto dito sa A site pare. Meron tao sa long. Very retakeable for R7 actually. Multiple points of pressure na pwede nilang kunan dito. Pero AGT, hindi sila nagpa-planta. Medyo mind games.
Okay, control room. R7. Ang ganda ng pandelay na binabato ngayon ng Rise Gaming Team. Pero A42 may ispatan dito ang dalawang nakatago lang sa may CR. At buti na nga lang nakapwesto kagad si Jeff Rox to get the kill over to A42. Tumatakbo na ang oras and same goes R7 na halos na nga minamarathon na nga nila ang kalooban ng site upos ang mga tao doon sa C3. And there goes C2 as well as R7. Grabe nga naman, walang pakundangan dun sa pagkuha ng site. So they easily get the retake.
Hirap mag-react ng ganun pare. Honestly, 2F could have been played a lot better para dito sa AGT pare. I don't think there is any reason to come out of that spot as kayo may advantage. At that very time, at the same time, wala silang pressure sa no, wala silang pressure sa EA. So medyo na-stuck lang sila lahat dito sa loob ng site. So check lang with chat. Expert casting no, Salvatore. Chat, ano yung wallbang damage ng M60? Kasi I have no idea.
Hindi ko alam, men.
And hindi natin malalaman.
Bahala na si Jeff Rox makaalam ng ganyan.
Straight up died, men, sa CB. I mean, we're not gonna discover. Pero, feeling ko, I think it is equivalent sa M4. Pero, ayun nga, fact check lang with the chat. The more veteran pa sa akin, pare. Kasi, ayun nga, outside the confines ng AK at AWM, men. My knowledge on wallbang damage is limited, pare.
Kasi, basta, if it's M4, malakas mang wallbang yun, pero maselan kasi naman na nakakita tayo ng mga baril na binabato ni Jeff Rox. Kung di nga ako nagkakamali, pre, ang Ria 7 last week, nagbato ng SG, ng Sterog, pati M60 sa isang laro. So, ganun sila ka-innovative. No? Ganyan talaga ka-diversified ang ating mga kaibigan from R7, JCD. Grabe na baliktad niya pa yun, Rion. Sa napupunta ang imong mga bala, hindi pumapabor sa'yo ang pag-spray ng baril mo. Onting dasal pa sakaling dumiretso na yan na tumama sa ulo ng mga kalaban. No? Ajax, nakabantay nga exit. Kablamo, sabog ang bungo ni Team. Next patient sa clinic ni Ajax. Sino nga po ang may appointment? Ayun, pinatalsik si Ajax sa trabaho. It's now a 3v2.
Yun lang, Flash. CR7 still getting itong si Charles actually. Hold on, Jam. Nandito na nga sa 2FT katita ang kanyang ulo. A42 with a bit of a late peek out. Naku po, bakit si A4? Why? No? Oh no, it's a disaster, Salvatore. Tatanungin ko pala bakit naman ba si A42 dun sa long. But then,
naka-pledge siya for exit, boys. Lumabas ka na sana kagad A42.
Boss, kaya ka exit eh.
Okay na sana yun, pre. Bombahin nyo na lang pag may pumush ng kabaog, AGT. Eto na naman tayo, Sneaky Frog. Ang masakit man sabihin pero may kasakitan sa mata ang pinakita ng Arise Gaming Team sa dalawang rounds na nakita natin sa kanila.
Kaya pala natatalo dito AGT pare, nanonood si Kael Pegaro, men. Nako po.
Ba naman yan, yung
Ayun,
number
ayun
1
naman pala
hater ni
si-
Rio. Ano ba yan?
Yun nga. Number 1 hater, number 1 fan at the same time. And every time na nanonood si Kael pare, AGT doesn't do it.
Wala man
Ano yung evidence-based claim?
Hindi siya pagiging bias ha. Tinutulungan na nga namin buhatan ng AGT, no? Pero ikaw, Kael, binibigyan mo naman ng ng anik-anik ata tong may merong ang tawag dun sa Quiapo, pre. Yung omen ko yun. Yung malas. Anting-anting,
Bad
yun.
omen.
Yun. Oh, Jeff Rocks. Grabe nga naman yung push niya dun. Kay A42 na...
Tinatap nyo lang yung M60 is crazy as well.
Yun na nakakapagtaka nga, pre. Nung nakita mo ba yung 4K niya sa loob na... Oh my God! Jeff Rocks!
Why is it working?
Bakit ka Pre, dali mo sa PH Master. Sinasabi ko sa'yo, Jeff Rocks, marami ka mapapatawang mga mukha, pre. Sinasabi ko sa'yo, hanggang impact lang natin nakikita yung mga ganyan mo, pero parang pa PH Masters na laruan ngayon ng R7, Charles inubos ang store A nang siya lang mag-isa. Hanggang ngayon, si Yotib na nga lang nga natitira. Tingin ka sa likod, kaibigan, merong JCD na nakaantabay sa'yo. Yotib, na-backstaban na naman. 3-0, R7.
Choose your fighter, pare. MP5, J-Kim, or M60 F-Rocks, pare. Pili ka na lang talaga.
Doon ako sa Ognikel, pre. Naalala mo ba yun?
Yo.
Parang isang beses kalaban niya Pacific.
To be fair, no, yung the AUG, if in the rare moment na yung kalaban mo actually misses his shot, it's a very, very good spraying gun. Ganda ng run and gun actually. Very easy to control. It's a good farming na... It's a good farming na weapon kung gusto mong mag-rank hanggang, let's say hanggang green. Oh, pero yo tip. Speaking of green, pare, green light on that shot dito kay JCD all the way sa store B. Pero interesting ginawa ng R7, pinabayaan na nila yung mid. And is that gonna do anything para sa AGT? Medyo takot silang mag-interact, no? Dito sa curb area natin, pare.
Imagine mo, no, pre, pinayagan ng TMP. Kasi parang alam ko, CF gun din naman yun eh. Dami sigurong mga katulad ni mga agro na player. Ayan, si Ajax, si Charles. Baka pwede na lang gamitin yung TMP eh. Galitin yung buong sambayan ng crossfire talaga. No? Uy, guys, may podcast na nga pala kami ni Sneaky. No? Magas yung sakali lang. May may onting shameless plug lang. No? Pang content namin, crossfire lang din naman. Pero ito, balik tayo sa laro ang crossfire dito sa loob ng compound. Jam! Grabe nga naman yung pag-anchor niya dito sa may EB. Pero Ajax lalabas na nga sa papuntang EA. As he gets one. Pero magre-re-engage siya kay Yotib. Grabe nga naman Ajax, pre! Merong ice tubig sa kanyang mga veins, pre. Grabe naman yun, Ajax. And now, Jeff Rocks, kasama niya pa dito, A42, 47 HP. Pwede niyang unti-untiin dito si Ajax. Nice headshot, pre. Tanggal ang bungo ngayon ng isa. Pero si Jeff Rocks, punong-puno pa ng buhay at deadly kayon, pre. Yung M60 ni Jeff, pre-ongkoy. Teka lang, boss. Uy, parang nakita ka na ata sa tower, boy. Kalmahan mo lang A42. Gamitan mo ng timing. Jeff Rocks, stop walking. Grabe, mas nauna mag-pick out si Jeff Rocks, pre. Off angle, blind spot pa talaga si A42. At hindi pa rin nakakuha ng tala ang AGT.
Ayun nga, maybe starting on BL isn't the best decision para sa AGT. R7, ayun nga, no, this is the part of yung game natin where they absolutely just start pushing the enemy team relentlessly dito, pare. As Jam face-to-face with itong si Yotib Rio. Nandito sa LA. M60, check. Oh, not working that time, pare. Aero does get the kill.
Okay. Ito na. 3-7. Ajax pushing. Oh, gamit ang sniper. Malatetsu lang from Team Secret. Grabe yun! What a re-engage kay Rio dun, pre. Ni-rattle yung... Grabe kay Ajax. Hindi ko alam ba naman napagana, pero sige, ang kabuuan ng LA ay para kay Ajax. Yung pala yung A sa LA. Yun ang Ajax dun, pre. Grabe, pre. From SD, nagawa niyang pumake out papuntang RS din at inubo si Rio. Tinga rin si Aero at Yotib. Kabla mo. Pinasabog si JCD. And... parang okay, no? Parang nakakakita tayo ng Arise Gaming Team na kukuha kami ng isang katawan. Pero pagdating na ng mid-round, hindi na tayo nakakita ng pambawi sa kanila.
Kinda just expected at this point, no? Nagagawin ni JCD yun with the way that the last round went. R7, though. One-man disadvantage, pero confident si Jam na kaya niyang i-defend itong Storby na mag-isa lang siya dito. Rio tapping around the corner. Jam gets one. Jam gets two. Hindi niya makakuha yung pangatlo dito. Yotib with a very good trade, pero 2 players are down. Pero meron silang control dito sa curve. CR7 around the corner. Can't get itong si Charles. That should be him winning most of the time, pare. Pero Yotib na lang natitira. Familiar spot para sa kanya dito as he does get taken down by the mighty M60 ni Jeffrox, pare. He is just randomly in CA. 6-0.
Ginagawa niya.
Sama naman siguro, no? Kung nawalan ka ng bala and you really need to pick up a gun, tapos M60 yung napulot mo, men.
Nakuha mo, no? So, parang magre-reklamo ka pa ba? May baril ka na nga, eh, no?
Testing ko kung hindi ako tatama, isisisi ko kay Jeff.
Parang okay to, ah. Parang gusto ko i-try to sa FFA, ah. Parang gusto ko lang malaman kung ano nga bang ano bang kinakain ni Jeffrox. At naisipan niya na lang gumising ng isang araw, kausapin si Lemon, boss, eto kukunin kong barrel para sa Impact, ah. Tapos ito namang si Lemon, pinayagan, di ba? So parang ganun ata yung naging scenario nila, no?
Yung malala pa dun, pare, probably hindi niya sinabihan si Lemon. He just popped out one day with an M60. Then, pumayag. Wala ka naman choice, man. I mean, how can you say no to Jeff? Uy, yun lang, Yotib. You're not second around the corner, pare. Ako po. Hindi na nakita si Jeffrox at ang kanyang napakalaking baril.
Parang, ito ata yung 100 bullets na AK, eh, no? Pero, teka lang. China-challenge siya ni Jeffrox sa A42. Pero yun, si R7 gets curve. At si Rio, tinanggal nila yung lason doon sa CB. So, ito na ata yung round ng AGT. Ito na yun, pre. Nakakaramdam na ako. Parang ito na ata ang AGT. Teka lang, hinaharangan natin ni Jeffrox panandalian as he gets the re-engage to CR7. Tatlo pa ang nakaharang ngayon para sa Ria 7 as they now plan to play for retake at pinupush na nga ngayon ng Arise Gaming Team ang kabuuan ng batteries ngayon. JCD hindi pa nakakaramdam. 58 seconds. Here comes the plant. Rio! Naku! Hindi niya pa na-plant. JCD trying to find arrow. Nakikipagpatintero sa kanya sa kalaban niya. Pero inuunti-unti niya pa. Sino yung pinakatahimik na paa? Grabe naman yung sayawan nito. Grabe yung pagchacha ni Aero sa kalikuran ng batteries. And now, Jeffrox. Makakapapasok na nga siya sa loob ng side. Pero grabe, double pick potential for A42 and Aero. Here comes the nade. And Aero gets the headshot sa wakas. Arise Gaming Team.
Yun na nga. Finally around on the board after a 3-man push dito sa mid-foil ng AGT. And yeah, they're finally getting the hang of it, pare. Holding it back just by a bit. Pero Ajax needs to escape as fast as possible. Dito, pare, CR7 chasing him down as well as itong si A42. Jeffrox na naman magpaparamdam dito sa B-pillar. Pero ano naman pa kay dito ng AGT? Meron na silang tower control. Good news. Magsiset up pa sila para sa bid. Pero alam kasi nila pag nag-setup sila sa mid, magre-react yung mga P-players dito, pare. They're gonna run as fast as possible dito sa CB. So they might want to try and bait that, pare, with some nade siguro.
Pero pwede niyang samahan dito si Yotib, no? At i-cancel out nila dito si Jeffrox, pati si JCD. Yotib, patamain mo yan. Nakita mo na si Jeffrox! Nakita mo na si Jeffrox! Pero hitasin naman si Jeffrox, hindi pa siya pumipig out. Ayun, na-bait pa nga si JCD. Dalawa sana kayong nagko-control ng pillars ngayon. Napaka-buenas mo, Yotib. Pero kill is a kill para sa AGT. Kaso nga lang, pre, may pagkadehado sila ngayon sa tauhan ngayon. 3v2. R7, humahanap pa ulit ng mas malalim pang pwesto. At si Ajax nangangate. Pinupush out ng LA ngayon, parang familiar. Nakita ko na to.
Hala, patay si A42.
Oh,
C4 pa yan. Oh, no.
Pagkapulot na pagkapulot.
Uy. I mean, Ajax. Okay, Ajax is gonna randomly die dito sa spawn para C4. He's gonna be in the hands dito ni Rio. Let's see what Rio can do, pare. 2-7-2 so far dito sa game natin, but he only needs to go 4-7 to get this one back in his hands. Problema ka lang kalaban dito si Jeffrox with an M60. Charles with a M4. Pero mapapapunta siya dito sa B-side. Granted, this is probably yung best chance ng AGT to get a 1v2 dito sa mapa na to. But then, we need to see some expert maneuvers galing dito kay Rio in between these batteries, pare. As spotted na nga siya sa loob ng site. Rio gonna toss a nade. Charles running on down dito sa loob. Jeffrox is gonna go down. Rio gets 2! And ayun na nga. Rio taking matters into his own hands, pare. Sabi niya, ako na bahala. I might just be a good teammate.
I never doubted you, Rio. Ako ang day one mo, bossing. Ito nga pala ang pinakamalapit
Okay na, pre. Pwede na. Pwede na tapos.
Pwede ka na. Dolph, kung ako sa'yo, nagsusulat-sulat na ako. Kasi ito na yung kapalit pa sa Sigma ng Ubek, Rio.
You know.
Grabe nga naman yung 1v2 na yun, pre. Napaghiwalay mo yung dalawa.
Pwede na yan. Pwede na tayo mag-next game. Pwede na tayo mag-next series.
Tawo, di ba siya tapos, oh. Ayan, Jeff Rocks ko kasi nagpapalit na ako ng baril. Pero speaking of Jeff Rocks, pre, kung papansin mo, 9, 6, 1, and 8. Sa mga di nakakaalam, yung pinaka-apat na numero sa kanan, yung pang-apat, headshots yan. Ibig sabihin, sa siyam na pinatay ni Jeff Rocks gamit ang M60, 90%, hindi ko alam yung math, 90% ng mga pinatay niya, headshots. M60 by the way. Sa mga pinaka, hindi ko alam na pangit na spray ata ang M60. So, isang magandang testamento na kahit anong baril mo ibigay mo kay Jeff Rocks, papagadahan niya talaga yan. No? Siguro MP5 na lang kulang para sa kanya. Meanwhile, Charles, palitan sila dito ni CR7. It's now a 3BT once again. JCD, what a lurk! Si Rio pumipick out. Pero eto Rio, ipakita mo ulit na ikaw nga talaga ang pinakamalupit dito sa loob ng Impact. Charles, nakuha ka na ang mid-con aero. Nakikipaglaban na nga, 2v1. Ajax, medyo malayo pa sa katotohanan. Nice blind. 48 HP. Charles gets the kill. At yun na nga, 7-2 half para dito sa Ria 7 at AGT.
Yung kapit ng M4 dito ni Boss Charles, pare. Very, very tough. Even in yung mga long ranges natin. 7-2 R7. Only having to get 3 dito sa kanilang BL side. AGT having to get 8. So, gonna be a whole bigger journey para sa kanila dito to get this win. Yotib getting the first kill kay JCD. Jam will get itong si Yotib. CR7's gonna fall as well. Double kill para kay Jam. Gusto nilang pumasok na mabilisan dito sa B-side. 2 minutes on the clock but they don't give a single heck. Jam getting another one. A triple kill entry para dito kay Jam and Ajax out of nowhere. Lalabas sa curve. Aero's gonna go down. Rio na lang natitira with an M4 and a dream, pare. A flash in hand and not much to work with. Only elbow grease dito, men. As Rio will get itong si Jam. First kill underway. Ajax nangaharas lang dito all the way from Z with those nades. Charles spotting itong si Rio through the smoke. 8-2 R7. Looking like probably a fast-paced na BL dito, pare, and might wanna end it quick.
Dalawa na lang yung kailangan kobrahin ng Ria 7 ngayon, no? Pero as you can see, they're still playing zone, pre. Parang default pa rin is the key. Hindi kami pwedeng mag-overestimate. Ang Rise Gaming Team, may tutok pa rin tong mga batang to. Paulan dito mula sa LA. Papasok na nga ng store, Rio. Mag-isa lang. Asa ng backup mo, kaibigan? Pulado ka na. Pinutula ka na ngayon ni Jamuy! Si Rio nakakuha pa ng isa. Sinama si Charles sa hukay. And it's now a 4v4 quickly like that. Magkakaroon ba ng transition dito ang Rise Gaming Team? Yotib gets tower. Pero may dalawa pang nakabantay sa store A at si Yotib hindi nakatakas sa palad ni JCD at ni Charles. So ngayon, tatabla pa rin ang laban ngayon. A42 here at Store B. I wonder kung gagamitin to ni Jeff Rocks bilang panulak. Jeff Rocks hindi nakakaramdam! Jeff Rocks nakakross! Pero na-backstab ka agad ni A42. And it's still an even bout.
Uy, yun lang. Masyado pinilit ni JCD ang kanyang taps, pare. As Charles, the only one left alive. Yun nga, kapit ng M4 dito ni Charles. Holy! A42 though will get a better win with the AK-47 para 8-3. AGT though, okay. You know, some rounds on the board, pare.
Sabi, AGT. Sabi nga ni Coach Tangs dito, too easy for Rio. Tama nga naman talaga eh, no? Napakadali lang nito ni Rio. Parang sumali siya dito sa Impact para mang farm ng aura talaga eh, no? Yung pinaporman niya lahat ng mga nanonood dito. At ibang klase ang ginagawa ni Rio kasi dahil sa kanya, ang daming nanonood sa Impact ngayon, no? Shoutout sa ating 310 viewers ngayon sa ating Facebook Live. At Yotib, wala na nga dito. Charles, Jam, and Ajax. May mid-control na kahit papano. Nasa ng crossfire, si Aero lang ang nakatayo dito. Eto na, mga nakalinya. Aero, grabe! Aero gets a triple kill! Asa na ang pagka-alerto ng Ria 7? A42 gets taken down doon sa may curve at si Ajax parang binate niya ata yung apat niyang kakampi doon. Kakaibang mga eksena nakikita natin ngayon. Ajax, pinatumba na ngayon ni Rio. Of course, who else? Patjan Rio, Barcoma. Arise Gaming Team, bumabawi.
Oh, 8-4. So all of a sudden, interesting ang labanan natin dito, pare. And AGT slowly making a comeback dito sa game natin. R7, a lot more passive now. A lot more standard na yung kanilang take ngayon, pare. Hindi na sila tumatakbo papuntang main. Tamang 3CA and then eventually go down dito sa con to investigate, pare. So AGT, they have forced R7 to play standard dito sa mapa natin, pare. And let's see kung ano yung reaction naman ng AGT dito. More passive yung kanilang gameplay, pare. Si R7 is hiding behind yung store box natin. Rest of the squad, medyo peeled back dito sa mapa. No one too forward, pare. Also, 4 lang sila.
Naku nga naman.
Asa si Rio?
Possible DR, hindi ko alam pre. Parang nag-ebebemit na ata si Rio dito. Pero the show must go on. Patuloy pa rin ang laban dito. Rio 7 nakapasok na na EA. Jam nangunguna na pag-e-entry. Hindi niya pa nakikita si Aero. Pero JCD dinakdakan si Aero with a posterized entry. Ngayon, 2 na lang natitira. 3 sana kung kasama natin si Barcoma. Pero si R7, sabog ang bungo niya pre. Jeffrox, grabe nga naman. 90% headshot pa rin. 11 kills, 10 headshots. Ibang klase ka talaga, Boss Ongkoy. Oh my God, Ria 7. One more round bago matapos ang lahat. Pero yun, dead round nga muna tayo mga kaibigan.
I think it was a bit too late to call yung DR yata. Feeling ko may damage na yata nung round na yun. Kaya couldn't call it, unfortunately, no, with the disappearance of Rio dito, pare, having to deal with many fans, quote-unquote, pare, especially, yung female kind, pare. Pero yun nga, AGTA, not gonna lie, it's not too bad of an attempt para sa kanila dito. They have been having some good moments dito sa kanilang GR side. Granted, medyo malaki yung deficit na kailangan nilang habulin dito, no? Yun nga, it's still compound dito sa GR. Sometimes you just have to play it by the book, pare. And by the book, they have been playing it for some of these rounds, pare. And R7, no? Yung first time natin nakita R7 that they're actually a lot more peeled back than usual dito sa mapa na to. Nakabantay lang sa mid, nakabantay lang dito sa B pillars, and then eventually let the CA players do their work dito sa mid, no, pare. Pero, tayo nga, AGT, unfortunately, incident lang yung nangyari dito sa last round natin, but let's see kung if they can come back from a very tight na lead siguro. Parang tightrope eh. Parang tightrope yung nilalakaran nila right now with this compound na, pare.
Ako pre, confident naman ako na kaya pang i-comeback to, no. Si Rio, alam mo yan, talagang dinadali talaga ngayon ng mga bashers at haters ng tuloy. Nung nadisi siya, naging alanganin ang AGT rather. No? Pero nung mga oras na naglalaro siya, grabe pre nakakubra yan ng 2 rounds plus a clutch pa talaga. Nang dahil kay Kyle at kay Coach Tanks na nandito ngayon, no. So shoutout na kay Boss Coach Tanks at kay KLP na nanonood sa ating stream ngayon, no. At abangan niyo sila sa kanilang laban susunod, no. Ang kanilang next fight ay ano bang susunod na laban na
Sunday? I think it's Sunday, no.
Hindi, tapos ng Exe wait lang. Basta bahala na, di ko na alam kung anong kalaban ng Ubek Maniac, pero alam na nila sa sarili nila kung sinong kalaban nila, no. So boss pa, shoutout na lang kung pasabi na lang dyan sa comments natin kung sino ang kalaban ng Ubek Maniac sa linggo. Shoutout nga pala sa kapatid ni Rio na nandito ngayon, kay Kuya Aris Alde, ang ating pinaka-paboritong coach ng sambayan ng Cross pa rin. Boss Aris, maraming salamat sa suporta mo at bigyan mo naman ng tulungan mo naman yung mo dito, yung kababata mo dito, boss, na wala na internet, na dead round tuloy kami dahil sa kanya, at kailangan niya rin ng tawag doon ng inspiration.
Tinawagan namin, punta ka muna dito sa Perbid na bootcamp,
Perbid.
And, let's try to figure out kung ano man yung internet problems nyo. Speaking of yung Ubek, no, next week, kalaban nila for hit.
Ayun.
Ironic coincidence, pare.
And hindi namin alam talaga.
Very interesting. Very interesting to say the least. And hopefully Fervid can pull through dun, pare. Ayun nga. Other than that, ano pa bang interesting, no, dun sa week number 3? TS Evos. Ooh. TS Evos looking like a prime series dito, pare. To get something going. And ayun nga, other than that, hopefully guys watch Masters Saturdays and Sundays. Ayun nga, feeling ko nasanay na yata yung audience sa schedule natin, no, Salvatore, na Wednesday, Thursday, Impact na yan, Matic. Friday gonna be preview show. Saturday, Sunday is gonna be Masters. It's 5 days of Crossfire a week, pare. So who wouldn't be happy? But we're back in the game. R7, BL side pa rin, AGT, GR. And let's see, man. 3-man nade sa mid.
Grabe
Walang
yung,
biktima.
grabe yung bomba nila dun sa mid yun, no? Parang nanonood lang ako na ADAP, ah. Parang, grabe. Okay na. Ito na, legit na ba? May setup na dito ang Rhea 7. Actually, wala nga silang ka-setup eh. No? Direkta lang kagad nila yung midcon at AGT, hindi naman tumesting. Wala kang crossfire sa curve tsaka sa EA, pre. So, easy take to. Rio, ito na.
Rio, no!
Teka lang, boss. Teka lang, boss. Inayos ko lang yung binti ko. Ito na si Rio Alde. Pinapasok na nga. And jam. It's a kill over to CR and Aero. Uubusin nga rin si Jeprox. Charles will be getting Aero. At grabe nga naman yung trade na nagaganap dito sa loob ng A site. Rhea 7 ayaw nang patagalin pa. 4v1, CR7 na lang natitira sa labas ng EA. Jam turns it around. And just like that, Rhea 7, 10-4.
Sobrang genuine ng Rio no nung sinabi ko, pare. Kasi you don't usually do that sa C2 in all honesty. But it is what it is. Rhea 7 though getting the set 1 win dito sa series natin. And another win on the board para sa kanila dito, at least in terms of the sets, which is gonna be improving their standings by quite a lot dito, pare. Can't say we didn't expect it, pare, that R7 would be dominating dito sa compound, considering na this is also one of their good maps as well. Problema nga lang, pagdating dito sa port, that's a R7 map as well. So, titignan natin, man. I mean, AG, they did pick yung mapa na yun. So, that means BL yung kanilang start dito sa mapa. So, not gonna be pretty yung kanilang first half, pare. Pero titignan pa natin, of course.
Alam mo, pre, parang nakakatakot talaga kung sino man naghahawak ng lower thirds natin. Eh, no? Recently, parang sinasabi ng lower thirds, parang dinurog, parang nilampaso. Ngayon, sinupalpal naman ng Rhea 7 ng AGT. Grabe, nakakatakot ka na lower thirds. Pero tama nga naman talaga. Hindi na natin pwedeng i-sugarcoat pa at bigyan ng na iba pang meaning yung ginawa ng Rhea 7 na yun. Kung bibigyan mo ng isa pang translation yung ginawa ng Rhea 7, Jeprox, ginulat ang mundo na naman muli dito sa loob ng compound because kung di ako nagkakamali, no, pre, parang 80% yung nakuha niyang headshot doon gamit ang M60. So, hindi ko alam paano mo napapagana, pre, pero ikaw, Jeprox, basta Jeprox pangalan mo, M60 na palagi talaga ang dala mo. So, there's nothing technical na ginawa talaga ng Rhea 7. They just played team crossfire along the way talaga. At parang hindi nga ako nakakita ng team play doon, no? Parang kanya-kanyang laruan lang talaga nung saan AGT. Medyo fina-fumble nila yung mga rounds.
Yeah, and then they started playing standard nung 8-4 na yung score, pare, and then nanalo sila agad ng round. So they just went back to usual programming para sa kanila dito. First few rounds, especially yung round number 1 dun, pare, a lot of rookie mistakes which we do expect. Galing sa AG kasi yun nga, they're literal rookies, pare, pagdating dito sa tournament. But there were some very, very good moments, especially galing dito kay Yotib, hitting some very, very nice shots. Of course, yung clutch ni Rio na nakita natin kanina. And some very, very good frags galing kay A42 as well. But at the end of the day, R7 pa rin yung kalaban niya, men. It is still 5 Masters veterans and alam na nila kung paano mag-operate sa mga ganitong type ng laruan. And ayun nga, I mean, AGT, para sa AGT siguro, you just gotta take the L, man. Wala ka talaga magagawa, Salvatore. You just gotta take the L, take the learning experience siguro, and just run with it, pare. See what happens sa next na map na lang.
Kailangan na natin ng buff dito para kay Rio o kaya kay Yotib, no? Lahat ng anting-anting ilabas nyo na para talaga mabiyayaan na tong AGT ng kahit isang map win man lang, no? Kung talagang sinusuportahan nyo si Rio, Coach Tanks, Kael, Aris Alde, kung nandyan man kayo, bigyan nyo na ng magandang motivational speech tong bata nyo nang sa ganun pagpakitang gilas, no? 15-0, 16-0 yung pwede nyang ilabas doon sa port, no? Mali mo nga naman. Pero going back to technicalities, I really don't see anything convincing talaga sa Arise Gaming team. Like, yeah, Yotib picks all over the map, no? Pero hindi lumalayo, no? Like, doon lang talaga yung limit ng nagagawa ng Arise Gaming team sa first half. And nung dumako naman tayo sa second, no, parang nawawalan sila ng lakas na pag-aangkor ng site. So, on both ends, offensive and defensive, hindi nagagampanan ng Arise Gaming Team yung mga gampanin nila. So, I believe there's going to be some major adjustments in team play. Kasi EOTIB and A42, even Aero, parang okay naman sila as players na pag tinignan mo lang sila ng sila lang. Pero when you see Arise Gaming Team as a team, really don't see them going far other than, you know, getting kills.
Hey man, as long as the homies are having fun, pare, that's what matters para dito sa
Yun
ATT.
talaga.
And ayun nga, the power of
Pag
friendship
tinan mo
or
yung
something
headshots.
or whatever, pare.
Jeff Rocks.
Pansin ko rin actually, no? I mean, Aero, the new guy in para dito sa AGT, didn't do too bad. Stephen was actually playing in place of him dito sa last week's games natin. And to be fair, yeah, just like I was said, didn't do too bad. 0.85, 0.79 kill per round, 0.82 headshots per kill. Granted, medyo limited yung output, no, kumpara nga dito kay Jeff Rocks who has 1.22, 0.91 headshots per kill na may 12 AP, pare. It's a hard pill to swallow ko kayo yung AGT, but you have to, unfortunately, na R7 may be a bit too strong.
Yeah. So, taking a look, no? So, ang pinanganang ibabaw talaga for DS7 is Jam and JCD. So, definitely the two effective players dito na meron tayo from DS7, as both were able to get guaranteed kills per round, no? So, being able to topple that para maging 3v5 kagad yung laban or even situations like 3v2, super easy for JCD and Jam. Like, super solid talaga yung nagiging performance nila whenever they have this fix of a role. Set MVP, Jam, no? Boss Abelia, ang ating MVP para sa set na to, no? 1.8 KD, grabe nga naman, and 1.07 kill per round. Nangangalahati yung headshot per kill niya. And I think this is still somehow effective at pwedeng ikayabang ngayon ng DS7 na they still have the macro to back up any form of matchup, no? Kahit sino pa yan, Xypher, Arise, anything, no? Jam talaga maaasahan para sa mga gantong klaseng sitwasyon.
Yeah. That's what you kinda expect, no? Pag nandun nga si Jam sa team mo, he's kinda similar dito nga kay ironically, no pun intended, very similar dito kay Jamero, para where you place him on a team, he has expected output na mailalabas mo dito, and yeah, he's gonna perform no matter what happens. So that has been the case now, that has been the case back in the day, pare, and it's nice to have a consistent player kagaya nga ni Jam have his occasional pop-off game, no, pare. So yeah, gonna have to wait and see what the second map has to offer him in port. Ano itsura, men? What's the thinking on port dito, pare?
It's going to be really, really messy, no? At kayo nga ba, guys, ano nga ba tingin nyo pwede mangyari sa loob ng port? Comment nyo lang dyan, guys, at pwede namin basahin yan at maya ni Sneaky Frag. No? Binabati ko nga pala ang ating kabuong community ng Crossfire, no? Shout nga pala once again sa mga ating mga viewers dyan, especially sa ating second runner-up ng Impact Summer last year, si Juke, Jack, Joke, and Ken Dian Sabilio na nandito atin na nanonood ngayon. Pero bago tayo dumako sa ating game number 2 ng RIA7 tsaka Arise Gaming Team, mamahinga muna kami saglit ni Sneaky Frog at kailangan natin bigyan ng oras si Rio para sa kanyang beba time. This is CFS PH Impact 2025. Magbabalik kami after the short break. Welcome back mga bossing dito sa CFS PH IMPACT 2025. Ako pa rin si Salvatore, siya pa rin si Sneaky Frog. Kami ang makakasama ninyo sa laban ng Ria 7 tsaka ng Rise Gaming Team. Mamaya pag dumako na nga tayo sa port, isang magulong mapa, pero etong dalawan to parang matino naman tignan pag naglaro sila dun sa port na yun.
Ayun nga men, considering it is a pick as well dito ng Arise Gaming Team pare. That means magsisimula nga sila dito sa BL side and it's not gonna be the best start para sa kanila dito. Obviously R7 having the advantage of picking GR para simulan yung game natin dito men is really gonna be a true test kung gaano ka talaga ka-stable as a team. Kung kaya nyo kumapit dito sa BL, maybe get 3 rounds. At most 4 na makukuha nyo is what usually happens. So let's see man, let's see kung ano yung tsura ng BL side dito ng Arise. Ito na nga yung opportunity na mas maging, paano ba sabihin to? Mas maging mabilis yung kanilang gameplay considering na you can take some fast map control pagdating dito sa mid and pagdating dito sa LB pare. And hopefully we do see a lot more teamwork galing sa kanila dito, no? Maybe, 4-man push sa isang side ng mapa and see what happens pare.
Hopefully na magkaroon na tayo ng malaking pagbabago for Arise Gaming Team. Palagi na natin sinasabi na sana magbago, sana mag-adjust, sana gumaling na nga sila sa kanilang pagkuha ng mga round wins at mas papabuti pa nila ang kanilang kalidad sa performance nila. We've been saying that kasi malakas naman talaga yung hype ng Arise Gaming Team. They just need the right wiring. They just need the right guidance. Kailangan nila ng isa pang coach tanks. Kailangan namin ng isa pang clone ni Francis Katangay dito sa Arise Gaming Team. Kasi siya lang naman yung makakapagbigay ng motivational speech sa mga players tulad ni Rio, na A42, ni Yotib, yung may mga malalaking upside pag nakita mo naglaro. Kasi si Yotib, tinan mo nga naman, pinapahiya niya paminsan-minsan naman sila JCD at si Jam pag-trip. Etong si Rio, kumaklatch ng 1v2, hindi naman yung pinagmulan ng mga unan yung mga players. Yung mga nasa lupa pa yung kinatatayuan nila. Pero tinan mo, Ubik Ninyak, Pacific, example lang, kumbaga, JCD. JCD! What an adjustment, Jam! Ang kanyang pangalawang palapag ngayon sa kanilang pag-oopensa dito lang sa may House B. Wala nang inaantay pang Ria 7. Nagsisimula na agad sila sa pag-ingay dito lang sa may House B. Kung saan hindi pa nakakabuelo ang AGT pero lumalaban na agad sila.
Alam na nila may tao sa likod nila. Nakatingin na sila agad. Charles will go down. Overpushing dito sa may House B. Very nice lurk. Gana kay CR7 to try and catch someone off guard. As Yotib medyo bawas. Alam nila may tao dito sa curve. Ajax! Actually face to face with kay Rio. Missing all of his shots pare. And Rio does get the second one dito kay Jeff Rocks. Yun lang. Yung rattle ng Colt doesn't work all the time pare. And AGT, first round on the board pare. Nako po, BL pa kayon. Granted R7, medyo nagsuntukan sila sa start ng game dito sa LB. Ay, round is around, pare.
Kaya nga, Ngayon, parang tinetesting na nga nila dito ang Ninja, A42. Nice pick-off para sa AGT. Simula pa lang to, pero parang naghihingalo na agad ang Ria 7. Charge, walang nakuha. Nice turnaround by A42 doon lang sa may House B. Pero ngayon, papunta na sila dito sa may LA at grabe nga naman ang default ng AGT. Lahat ng laban ay papanalo nila. John Jeffrax na nagpapakarambo dito lang sa may store. Grabe nga naman ang ubos bala niya doon sa dalawang pumush. A42 arrow now down. Pero 3 pa yung kailangan huntingin dito ngayon ni John Rambo. Kompletos recados pa ang buhay niya. Pati Util, grabe, tipid na tipid ka talaga. Yotib. Unang layer ng opensa. Jeffrax, kung sa'yo tumingin ka sa tamang direction kasi pwede ka ma-headshot ngayon. Jeffrax still wins that. Pero pre, CR7 and Rio. Buong buo pa ang buhay. Possible smoke dito lang sa may exit. Rio. High-low setup. Jeffrax! Ubos! Wala pre, walang clutch na magaganap dito. NT, pero AGT, grabe nga naman yung pinakita nila doon.
Yeah, very, very nice. At the same time, once again, same incident happening dito sa round number 1 pare. Bit of a disaster happening dito sa LB. And they get the man advantage. Everyone trying to get the instant trade pare, pero hindi nga nila makuha. So more standard 2-1-2 na makikita natin dito sa port. And itong si Jeffrox is also trying to make his way paloob ng CA dito. Pero kailangan maging carefully, Charles. I mean, granted, he is responsible para din sa mid-control. Pero yung makapinto ay winamallback na nga ng mga ibang miyembro dito para as he's down to low HP.
Jeffrox now on Ninja ngayon, no? Hindi ko lang sure kung okay pa to para sa Ria 7, eh, no? Jam, walang katakot-takot. Parang gusto ata mag-re-engage ngayon. Pero Aero and Rio, they do have a chance to take down Jam. At hindi pa pabor to para sa Ria 7 kasi they are essentially opening up B site. Sila ang nakatao dito, medyo matagal magro-rotate pa si Charles na kung saan duguan na nga talaga siya. Jeff Raxu hindi nakapag-react agad kay CR7 sa laki ng baril niya. Hindi niya alam na may tao na sa ilalim. Ajax, now an LA action. Godbox nga yan. Ipakita mo na ikaw nga talaga ang may hari dito ng bodega. Naku, Ajax! It's taken down by Yotib, CR7, nakikipaglaban kay JCD. And Arise Gaming Team, men, lahat ng duel na ipapanalo nila. Grabe nga naman ang epekto ng Bebe Time para sa mga players tulad ni Rio dito, men. 3v1. Jam. Papuntang bridge. Now, fighting Yotib. Nakita na nga, kaso hindi ito matama sa kanya, pre. 4 lang talaga. Yotib on 1 HP and R7. Anong nangyayari dyan? Kasi AGT, 3-0 nga ang simula.
Eh, pansin ko rin actually para dito sa AGT pare ay lahat sila naka-rifle dito. Pero yun nga, A42 swiftly switching back to the AWM. Rio first one down para sa kanyang team as they try to thwart a long push. Ajax with the second one pare. Jeff Rox trying to get the assists going without the M60 this time pare. 3 versus 2 Yotib. Kita na nga dito si Charles na umaakit papunta dito ng top A. Meron pa silang player na medyo nagstay back sa SD at maghahanap siya ng flank pero Charles ko yatang labanan dito si Yotib.
Gusto talaga,
nice
pre.
Kapit na kapit yung M4 men. A42 na lang natitira. And feeling ko narinig yata yung kanyang pagtalon dito. And JCD does finally get the kill. R7 with a round on the board pare. And ayun nga, bit of a long push happening galing sa AGT. I like yung attempt though. Galing dito sa AGT pare na okay, 5-man push na lang natin tong LA. See what happens.
Hindi mo masasabing ganti ng api kasi ang inaapi pa rin dito ang Arise Gaming Team. Tandaan natin, meron pa rin panalo sa set. Ang Ria 7 dito na parang feeling ko nag-a-adjust pa nga sila sa mapa na to. Jeprox, pag nagseryoso, parang sak maestro na preparado. Oh my God, Jeprox! Inuubos na ngayon ng Z. Walang makakapasok. Tanging hawak niya lang yung kabuuan ng mid, yung Z, pati yung store. Oh my goodness. Ayan ngayon. Ito ang Ria 7 na ibang klase, no? Hindi mo inaasahan na magpapakitang gilas ng ganito. Parang, okay, sige, ipapako na namin sa tatlo ang Arise Gaming Team. Pero that attempted push by AGT, very effective yun, ha? Kaso nga lang, Jeffrox just had like the better reflexes and tangibles para mag-react dun sa posibleng naganap na crossfire. Pero ngayon, Yotib, now placing himself here at LB. Yan natin. Dinadahan-dahan pa ngayon ng Ria 7, walang nag-aagro sa kanila.
So take though, papuntang LB. Yotib does get the reaction, pero yun lang. We'll get itong si Jeffrox not getting A42. Teka lang, I mean, low dito si Charles, low si JCD. Pero low dito si A42, isang buga na lang talaga. At mahuhulog na siya dito. A42, nice headshot kay JCD. But that is where it ends, pare. 3 and 2 R7. Finally fighting back. I think kagaya nga na sinabi ko kanina, at most you do want to give 3 rounds dito sa GR. But not much more, pare.
Well, AGT, isang malaking challenge, kumbaga. Paano nyo tatawirin na ang blacklist side ng port? Ito yung pinakamahirap talaga na itaguyod no? Comparing mo sa Ankara, sa compound, or even like sa subbase. Napakahirap talaga ng blacklist sa port. Pero kahit pa paano napapagana ngayon ng AGT. So, Ria 7 finds their groove at maging consistent sila sa pag-wagayway ng kanilang bandera, especially when Jeff Rox gets active. Parang may hirapan ngayon ng AGT sa pagkuha ng isang magandang adjustment rather. CR7 now lurking mid. So, I wonder if this is a fake out para mag-ninja at irekta na lang sa LA. Ria 7 does have layered defense here. Jeff Rox, possible na makita niya si Rio.
Oh no, pare. I was about to say, hindi ka pwede basta-basta maglakad dito pa loob ng CA, pare, once that there is someone on that spot. And Ajax will get itong si A42. Yotib at itong si Aero na lang natitira. And wala ba I mean, I was expecting yung gagawin nila Salvatore, yung parang backwards up and then susunod yung pangalawang player. Pang-wait lang siguro yung isa. Kaso, Aero though, Getting to out of nowhere. Nades
Okay
para
ka,
sa
Aero,
talaga nilang i-push pa loob. Yotib. Naku po, hindi ko makapit yung M4 ni Jam at that very moment. Pero Ajax still got it. It is a 3-3 para dito sa R7 men and AGT. Yun nga, no, the rookie mistakes are starting to show para sa kanila dito, pare.
Ang laki ng bawi kagad ng Rhea 7 dun, no? Sa moment na binitawan ni Jeprox yung Rambo niya, no? Bumalik siya sa pagiging tao dito. Na hindi na lang siya basta-basta tumatakbo lang for Rhea 7. Somehow the effectiveness is now being shown here by Rhea 7. Let's see how AGT. Paano sila ngayon magre-react ngayon? Sila 5v5. Charles, now on Z. CR7 taking their time. Parang inaantay niya lang ata mag-cross si Jeffrock bago siya pumasok. Pero grabe nga naman yung paglinlang ni CR7. Nag-overtake na nga siya kung saan siya titingin. Si Charles was able to take him down. Pero 5v4. JCD. Possible na pwede nga nilang bombahin tong si Rio ngayon, no? Na kung saan gugulatin siya ni Jeffrox and a major adjustment doon sa mid-top. Oh my goodness, Jeffrox. Grabe, no? Wala siyang sinayang na oras doon. Millisecond yung pagtutok niya doon sa kalaban niya. Charles, posibleng makasalubong si Aero, pero may isa pang depensa dito na pwedeng iba to ang Rhea 7. Jump, pinaglalaroan yung kanyang pagkain ngayon, pero wala namang tulong si Aero. May naglalurk doon sa may SD, JCD. Kukuha ng dalawa para makuha na nga ulit ng R7 ang kalamangan at ang round.
Tinignan ko agad yung baril ni Jeffrox dito, Salvatore. Sabi ko, babalik na ba? Is it time?
Wala pa dun, no?
Pull out yung M60 pero hindi min. Seryoso na talaga dito si Jeffrox. Ajax, double scope, not gonna fire just yet. Patience lang, patience from Ajax dito sa top A. Pero yun lang, masyado kang patient pare. Tatlong nades na palipad papunta ka sa'yo dito, Rio. With the lurk dito sa mid, getting itong si JCD all the way in curve. Pero meron pa dalawang players on that site itself. The spray is gonna go through Jeffrox. Nandun pa sa taas pero yun lang, medyo na-overwhelm siya dito. 4 versus 1. Jam na lang natitira. Headshot dito kay Yotib. 2 more players on that top A position pare. Medyo nakarating na dito siya sa exit. A42. Spotting si Jam just in time bago siya makabalik dito sa ilalim ng BR. And 4 rounds para sa AGT pare. Not too bad para sa AGT, especially considering context ng port.
Actually pre, AGT, ito nata yung pinakadikit na nakita natin mula sa kanila. Kasi gaya nga nasabi ko kanina, hindi nga sila lumalampas sa kalahati the moment na may kinakalaban sila. So hindi ko alam kung ito ang Rhea 7 na may tinitipid, na may pagka-step back kumbaga, no? Pero baka sa blacklist natin makita talaga ang tunay na pagkatao ngayon ng Rhea 7, Ajax. Binabata na ngayon ng LA Charles. Nakita si Rio at si Rio mananalo dun sa duelong yon na tinatayuan niya na nga ang akyatan papunta ang top A. Grabe nga naman, Rio gets the double. Makikipagpalitan nga siya ng barrel kasi alanganin na nga yung buhay niya. Sakaling may bumawi pang, naku, sinalo, alley-oop from Jam mula exit papuntang top A. Ubus na ngayon ng katauhan. JCD gets a challenge dito kay A42 at grabe nga naman JCD. Nagmala parkour ninja doon sa loob ng A. And Rhea 7 gets the half 5-4. Sila naman ngayon ang aatake.
Kaso, ayun nga men. I mean, it was a very very good round galing dito kay Rio pare. In all honesty, R7 though, the better retake para sa kanila dito pare. Siguro nawalan ng focus dito men. May nag-name drop. May nag-name drop sa chat pare. Sino si Jessa Rio?
Uy, naku naman!
Naku naman po, Boss Beljan. Wag tayo ganyan pare. Ano tayo? Keep the affairs private.
Yung mga ganyan, boss, pini-PM na lang. Di ba? Wag tayong...
Pini-PM na lang kay Andy Rivera on Facebook yan pare.
Uy, sap. Wala akong tinatanggap na ganyan, boss.
Yung low tips. Pero yun nga, R7 though, in 5 and 4, PL setup na lang yung gagawin nila dito pare. Ito yung sinasabi ko, no? Yung slow take papunta ng CA. Backwards hop muna yung first guy. There is plenty of flashes na pwede ka mag-setup galing dito sa BR. Hindi lang exclusive sa CA, kundi meron din dito sa bridge ng kalaban as well if you do want to set up a ninja play happening. Pero mukhang hindi ninja yung mangyayari. It's just a straight up LA take. Dalawa bababa ng CA. Si JCD tatalon dito sa taas ng CA box. And here we go.
Ito na ang pasok. CR7 hindi pa nakiklear. Grabe naman, Jam. Grabe yun. Tiniklingan lang yung kalaban niya doon. And now Jam gets now access dito sa may top A. Pero tabla ang mga tauhan dito sa loob ng round na to. Aero, ginagapang na ngayon ng kahabaan ng exit. Jeffrox gets the kill. At si Aero na nga lang natitira para sa Arise Gaming Team na kung saan Malayo si Jeffrock, so pwede niyang i-1v1 muna to si Jam.
Hindi pa sila.
Mahalaga na may panalo niya ito, pero Jam, nagmamba out na lang, no? Hindi ko na itatanim to. Doon tayo sa BB site.
Or, iniwan nila, then reheat, investigate siguro kung nag-check dito si Aero, pare. Kaso, wala men. Feeling ko B-site na to. Unless...
Oh, pre? Ay, hindi,
tempted
pre.
Si Jam, eh. Parang gustong bumalik, eh.
Parang te-testing ata si Jeffrox at si Jam, eh. Wala nang oras para mag-B-site, eh. Re-rectayin na namin to. Binubrus ko na nga nila na kung saan si Aero ay punong-puno pa ang buhay. So, ewan ko na lang kung paano pagsasabayin ni Jeffrox at ni Jam yung pwesto nila. Si Jeffrox nagbimistulang bait ngayon! Ayun, si Aero. Nakuha ang isa. Gaano ka kataas ang kumpiyansa mo para itanim ng grabe, istimik yun. Jam. Will he play time? Will he play duel? Aero! Nakuha naman! Jam, the better aim. He completes the 1v1 doon at kamuntikan pa nga ang AGT with a chance to tie the game. Pero Rhea 7 continues to dominate.
Nataranta dun, pare. I mean, hindi yata narinig na nag-drop etong si Jam, pare. Rio, take it down at the start of the round, pare. Gusto yata tumalon dito papuntang BR, pero si Ajax denying him the privilege of accessing itong BR natin, pare. And ngayon stuck na si CR7 all the way into tower as B-site yata yung pakay dito ng R7, pare.
Charles, the rest of Rhea 7, actually, no? Nang wala si Ajax, pasok na sila dito sa house B, oh. Pero ang tanong, kaya nga ba ni Aero depensahan to? Nakakita tayo ng isang magandang triple kill mula sa kanya. Ito na, Charles papasok. Si Aero na mag-isa. Ang layo pa ng mga kasapi niya. Kung ako sa inyo, samahan niya na si Aero para makuha ng AGT ang round. Posible. Na-backstab na nga dito si Aero. At susunod naman si A42. Si Yotim sa may bandang exit pa. Si CR7 kasama niya pero nasaan na pa rin? Nasa RS pa rin dito si Yotim. At sa wakas makakapasok na nga siya. Here comes the Xypher plant. Ang dami, sangkaterbang util na nga yung binabato dito. It's a warfare sa loob ng site. Di man lang makapasok si Yotim. Napakalaking harang ng mga bala ni Jeffrox at JCD. At yun na nga, tapos na ang boxing ng round na yun. Sa kaguluhan, magkakaroon ng pagkalma. Rhea 7 gets 3 consecutive.
Yeah, 7-4. And R7 no, also having tricks up their sleeves pagdating dito sa BL side. Jam and Jeffrox just running on in.
Grabe.
Dito sa B side. That's more up my alley pagdating dito sa mapa ng port as it is a C4 plant
Tanim
at
na
2
kagad.
minutes and 9 seconds on the clock. Pare, a speedrun B side take. R7 wants
Oh my
end
God!
this as fast as possible, pare. Grabe ka na, Jam. Looking for that second MVP, pero Jeffrox is also a candidate as well. A locked-in na Jeffrox, pare, no longer wanting that M60. And let's see what's gonna happen. 8-4. I mean, AGT, meron pa naman silang time to kind of play. Panakot lang.
Rio, patayin mo na yung isa mong monitor. Mag-focus ka sa laro mo dito, pre. Mamaya na yung Ebeb Emit. May oras para dyan. Pero ito, kailangan maipanalo tong Rhea 7 na to. Ayan. Good pick off para sa AGT. JCD gets the clear. Doon kay A42. Ngayon. Natin kung paano babasahin ngayon na AGT. Ang pwesto nila ngayon. Ang lalim ni Yotim, no? So, with this position, baka pwede siyang kuha ng isang magandang pick off. Pero I believe the counter push na gagawin ng AGT via Yotim, risky at best. Pero kailangan talaga nilang linlangin muna ang Rhea 7. Magtawag sila ng fake out dito para ma-push out si JCD. Nang sagunan, matimingan to kagad ni Yotim. At ayun na nga, natimingan niya si Charles. Pero si Jam, nakuha ang trade. Kinakalaban si Rio sa likod ng mga usok. At si Rio, hahambalusin niya ng isang magandang headshot dito si Jam. Now, 3v2.
Kung may sniper pa dito, actually, dito sa mga katawan ng R7 players. I mean, HX does have the option. Pero B-site na lang yata yung pakay nila. I like what Arrow's doing. Rather play retake in a 3v2, pare. Just toss a quick flash grenade. Pan-distract lang siguro. Pero R7, di sila maloloko dito. HX holding that godbox position. Pero Rio at Arrow taking it down. 8-5. AGT making their case dito sa mapa na to, pare. And they are on that GR side. So, malay mo, there is a chance. Malay mo, there is a shot.
Malay. There is still a chance. Hanggat di pa tapos. May pwede pang ilaban ng Arise Gaming Team. Bigyan mo kami ng limang sunod-sunod Rio. A42 na kung nga naman. Wala na siyang ulo dito ngayon sa laban na to. Si Ajax makakatanggap ng chip damage. Paulan mula dito sa store. Actually, dun sa bodeg pala rather, no? Pero now, Rhea 7 continues to make it out here. Sakaling gusto nga nilang itulak tong mid. Ang Ninja, wala na nga para sa Arise Gaming Team. Hindi na nga sila makakuha ng magandang pwesto doon. Maganda sana for high-low no? Kung sakaling mag-cross sila sa LA. Pero hindi talaga min Ayun, JCD. Hindi ko lang sure no kung okay to para sa Rhea 7 at hiwa-hiwalay sila. Dahil nga doon na-punish kagad ni Aero with a good one tap. Dalawang duguan from Rhea 7. This is a winnable round para sa Arise Gaming Team.
For sure. I mean, Yotib nandito sa top A position. Sniper-less this time. Ajax catching him, jump checking dito sa top A men. Pero meron pa naman silang chance para i-defend to pare Rio. Nasa loob ng BR, getting itong si Jam. So it's a 2 versus 2. Ajax still with the sniper. Rio, kailangan mo maging careful pare. Yung ulo mo, hindi ka pwede magpakita masyado. Arrow, spotted sa exit. Top A, nakarating na dito si Ajax. So C4 plant could be underway. Nades are gonna start to fly in. Bababawasa pa ka si Arrow dito. Ajax, C4 is gonna go down. Get a glimpse dito ni Arrow. Pero si Arrow, inunahan pa nga. Di niya alam kung nasan si JCD. He's jump checking at probably spotting itong si JCD actually as he attempts to go for the early fight pare. Arrow, the newest kid na naandito sa AGT pare, getting a 1v2. Honestly, man, Arrow's not too bad. Para dito sa AGT pare, he's been performing pretty good no despite yung this being his first stint dito sa Impact pare.
Grabe no, AGT. Mas ikatutuwa mo ba kung di ako magpapatawa? AGT means business right now. As Rhea 7 continues to scratch their heads kasi parang tinatapatan talaga sila pagdating sa pagbomba ng mga site no? Like, you can never be too sure na sa lahat ng oras maaasahan mo yung mga players tulad ni Jeffrox tsaka ni JCD. Pero despite their numbers speaking for themselves, ito namang AGT na to, parang mas gumaganda yung kalidad ng kanilang opensa pag sama-sama sila, no? Aero, pag napabayaan mo, he can do it for himself. Ngayon, nakalabas na nga ng bodega dito. Kasi 7, grabe nga naman. Mala jumpscare na atake doon. Papuntang Ninja at Charles. Pobombahin na nga ang top A ngayon at grabe nga naman yung entry na pinakita nila. Magbabato na nga rin sila ng utils dito as Aero is full blinded sa may exit. A42 hindi makakilos, hindi makagalaw. Grabe nga naman ang pagkandado nila doon sa loob ng site na yon na halos walang miyembro ng AGT ang nakapasok.
Yun nga, back to basics para dito sa R7 no pare. 3 men in that CA position. 2 tao dito sa LA. Medyo unfortunate lang para kay CR7 na feeling ko nakarinig siya ng drop kasi medyo matagal na hulog yung isang player no. Then he peeked into 3 players aimed right at his dome pare. So kind of unlucky para kay CR7 and kind of unlucky para kay Rio who's out at the start of the round. All the way dito sa VER. Baba. Arrow getting 2. Pero Charles finally gets a trade ongoing. A42 getting Jeffrox in time. Naging 2v3 pa nga. And another 2v3 para dito sa R7 to try and navigate around itong mapa ng port. Pero A42 magpupush pa nga dito sa mid. Pero naku po, in-expect ni Ajax yan. I think they should have just held. Salvatore, dapat tamang baba BR lang. Top A and maybe dito sa B site. But, yun nga, try to investigate itong mid-mid.
Yotib, tinatao pa rin, no? Ang top A ngayon. Pero di ko lang sure kasi kung okay para sa kanila na mag-all rifle sila sa ganitong klaseng sitwasyon, eh. I feel like...
Hello, Yotib.
Oh, Yotib! Tumataas na babalahibo mo. Wala ka bang nararamdaman? Buti na nakababa si Yotib. Kailangan mo matimingan. Patay mo muna si Ajax and Charles. Gugulatin si Yotib. And this might just be the done deal, pre. Tapos na nga ba ang kwento ngayon na sa loob ng port, CR7, wala nang kamalay-malay sa mga nangyayari dito. And Rhea 7, salyado ang port. And there it is, 2-0 para sa ating mga kaibigan mula sa Rhea 7 as they close out the series against Arise Gaming Team.
Yun nga, can't say we expected it, no? Galing nga dito sa predictions natin, we did both predict 2-0 para dito sa series na to pare. And yun nga, we didn't really expect AGT to put up much of a fight dito sa series na to. Maybe not on compound. Pero granted, actually may mga ibang good rounds na nakita natin sa port map. Mostly because yung ginagawa ng R7 and they're over pushing and over pressuring no pagdating sa mapa na to. But there was also some good rounds galing dito sa Arise where they just really defended very very well. And ayun nga, can't really deny yung some of the wins that they got dito sa mapa na to. May not caught R7 off guard, pero R7 at the end of the day, pare, ayun nga, no, they went back to basics and ayun nga, nanalo na lang sila dito, pare.
Yeah, for sure talaga na the most winningest team dito sa ating tournament na to, no? Series 7, nagkaroon tayo ng onting pagdadoubt sa kanila kasi it went as close as 8-6. Doon sa sequence na pinakita ng Arise Gaming team, they had flashes. So ang ganda ng pinakita ni Aero individually, Rio was there, and especially A42 at dire times. Nagpapakita talaga sila ng kung ano nga ba ang pwedeng gawin ng mga bata ng Arise Gaming team. This is something na kailangan din pagtuunan ng pansin ng ibang teams na you could never underestimate your opponents. When given the right opportunities, A42 and Aero can really play. So a lot of respect at hats off para sa Arise Gaming team sa kanilang venture dito laban sa Ria 7. Isang malaking harang din to, pero grabe nga naman pag dikit yung pagkadikit nung port na yun. Pero as it still stands, Ria 7 isa sa mga kinare-respeto talaga ng buong Crossfire Philippines, no, and as well as dito sa loob ng Impact. So, it is expected na matutusiro nila ang compound pati ang port.
Yeah, yun nga, no, I was kind of blindsided siguro galing dito sa choice of maps para sa AGT where they actually actively picked itong port, no, against R7 of all teams, pare. Pero yun nga, maybe it is them back, or at least them going back dito sa kanilang comfort zone, pare, of just like, alright, let's just play the maps that we're good at, or kung saan maganda yung results natin from the scrims, and let's try it from there, pare. And it seems like it's not gonna work up against itong R7. Pero ayun nga, at the end of the day, still R7's win. It's still R7 who are Masters veterans now in the Impact League. Dito, pare. I mean, Jeff Rocks had a very, very good time pagdating ng map number 1, especially gamit yung kanyang M60.
Oh, yeah.
And ayun nga, no, by the time yung second map did come around para dito kay Jeff Rocks, I think yung losing those first 3 rounds nung nasa BL side pa dito yung AG really didn't sit well para sa kanya dito, and he went back to the AK-47, back to normal, no. Pwede natin tawagin dito. But pansin ko nga rin dito sa AGT, there's not a lot of A present siguro pwede natin tawagin.
Yeah.
Especially galing dito sa kanila BL side, they really just slam B as much as possible. Slam B as much as possible, and hopefully makakahanap si Rio dito sa mid. Ayun nga, it's fine to go back to basics kasi yun din ginawa ng R7 dito sa mapa na to, but then ayun nga, no, feeling ko R7, they probably have seen every single strat that is in yung for example, maybe like an Impact type na tournament, no? So, they're kind of used to seeing those kinds of plays happening. You know, yung 4-man pushes galing dito sa LB, 4-man pushes sa mid, or any attempt of takeover dito sa map control, no? So, they know how to counter against it, pare. So, hopefully, by the time na AGT does go into their next opponent, which is AL, actually, ALSOVEREIGN. I hope na we do see some slight improvements galing sa kanila dito, pare.
Yeah, so good luck for Arise Gaming team sa susunod nilang magiging challenge sa loob ng PH Impact. Hopefully, this is going to be a match na magkakaroon na nga tayo ng isa pang magandang experience watching both ALSOVEREIGN and as well as Arise Gaming team. Pero Ria 7, para matalo na talaga, para matapos na nga ang kabuuan ng port, MATTJESS Blue sa kanilang style of gameplay. No? If you guys remember kung paano nagdaro ang MATTJESS Blue sa Impact for last year, wala silang ibang ginagawa kundi mag-push ng A at rektahin kagad ang mga kalaban no? Nang walang binabatong util. Siguro smoke, pero smoke naman pang ng kalaban no? So talagang pandagdag kaguluhan lang kung paano nga ba nilalaro ng Ria 7 lahat ng mga plays nila dito, no? Especially in aim duels at dun sa mga scenario na kailangan na nga namin mag-push ng LA kasi nga kami yung blacklist no? Dito sa second half. So if you ever notice, Jams and JCD palagi talaga nangunguna sa pagtulak ng mga angulo dito, no? Especially pag binibihap nila yung, for example, Storby or even yung LA, nakakapagtaka talaga na sila yung nananalo doon. Pero this is an experienced team talaga, and they're showing what they are capable of, no? So veterans along the way, pag tinipon-tipon mo sila, you can produce results like this one. And a team like Ria 7 that really knows the bounds and the means and ways ng port na to, you would really see some dominating action sa mapa na to.
Yun nga, low-key excited ako for a certain matchup, no? which is yung Heroics versus R7 pare. Kasi ayun nga, it's two sides of the same coin. Playing I wouldn't say exact same playstyle. Siguro Heroics does play slightly faster, pero that's probably faster than usual na nakikita natin from any other teams that are in this tournament. So, ayun nga, looking forward to that Heroics versus R7 matchup. It's gonna be on June 18, match week number 5 pare, and see who's just the better, the faster, the stronger team siguro between the two. Kasi I would argue na, ayun nga, no, kung ilalagay mo to in meme terms pare, it's like that one office meme na can you tell the difference between yung dalawang teams, and I would say they're exactly the same pare.
Yeah. Parang macro-wise, there really are some showmanship naman for A42. Especially in the duels na pinapakita ni Yotib, ni A42. I just want more out of them no? Parang nawawalan talaga sila ng sense of the game. The moment na tumatagal, lumalalim, ganun. So, in terms of mental conditioning, baka yun na lang ata yung kailangan nila dito. Fundamentals, men. Maaasahan mo talaga yung mga players ng Arise Gaming Team. Pero there's just more about this series other than macro talaga, no? Parang kondisyon ka ba? Alam mo ba yung playbook ng kalaban? Ito naman tayo sa ating set summary na kung saan si Jam, grabe nga naman na for the first set, nagpamalas ng 1.8. Pero dito, pre, mas pinaganda niya pa yung laro niya dito with a sealed 2.0 KD. No? So very Mr. Consistent talaga si Jam. Mala SG ang kanyang laruan niya ngayon. Guaranteed kill per round. Not as impressive as headshot per kill. Pero kung kaya mo nga naman na bigyan ng ng platform yung laro mo, okay na ako sa 2.0 KD.
Yun nga. I mean, for yung role dito ni Jam, no, being the frontline para sa kanyang team, already very impressive stuff galing sa kanya dito. Jeff Rocks as well, scoring a 1.33. Higher headshot per kill, and almost the same AP, no, as itong si Jam. Pero Jam was on a mission today, pare, and his mission was to get that MVP para dito sa ating series, and he might have just successfully done it, pare. I would also love to shout out itong si Ajax, pare, who had a very solid sniping game dito sa port. Nothing too crazy, no, yung tamang serviceable lang, hindi sila basta-basta makakadaan dito sa LA without yung 1 or 2 casualties na pwede natin tawagin dito, no? And ayun nga, it's kind of just a chill game para dito kay Ajax, pare.
Absolutely chill, no? Nothing much to expect for the S7 other than yung pagdadalang laro nila. So Ajax and Jam, di nga nila inubos lahat. But I feel like this is still the 50 to 70% of what 3-7 is capable of. Kasi nga, you can never be so sure kung yung pinakita nilang mga malikan niya sa Arise Gaming Team is something na naayos nila way beforehand. Kasi from Ria 7 with their matches last time, parang they are a well-oiled machine. Pero ngayong kalaban nilang Arise Gaming Team, sa dami ng pwedeng mag-expose ng mga mali nila, Arise pa talaga, na na-overlook palagi talaga natin as a team that is really formidable. Pero it just goes to show na Arise Gaming Team is now, parang they now know the means and ways na itong tournament na to, no? Parang I understand it now. So ito na nga ating match result, no? So finally, some forms of improvement para sa Arise Gaming Team na kung saan port is now something na, okay, confident kami dito sa port. Pipiliin namin dito ang ganitong klaseng mapa, basta wag lang iba ng kalaban. So, ayun, sneaky. Sinagot na nga nila kung ba't nila pinili yung port.
Ayun nga, it seems like they had more tricks than expected, no? Dito sa mapa ng port. So, yun nga, Rise Gaming Team, slow improvement but tangible anyways para sa kanila dito. Yun nga, excited to see what they have to offer, no, against a team like itong ALSOVEREIGN, which I would argue, Salvatore, it would be more equally matched para sa kanila dito. And yun nga, if they could beat ALSOVEREIGN, maybe there's gonna be a bit of hope para sa AGT dito sa ating tournament. Pero para naman sa R7, no, just like how we said, they kind of got exposed dito sa port. And the fact na yung next na kalaban pa dito ng R7, pare, is SS, who's probably actively watching right now, pare, just to see what's up. And we'll try to see if they can counter it from there. Match MVP is gonna be Jam, pare, with a 1.03 kill per round, 1.94 KD, 30 AP, pare. He was just on another level as of today, man.
Parang pinakita ni Jam, no? Na this is my court, bro. Like, talagang walang nag-aagaw ng sarili niyang gameplay, no? Nagmalaki SA ngayon si Jam. Laro ko to, walang mangyayang sa akin. Siya ang ating magiging overall MVP ng serye to, no? So shoutout nga pala kay Boss Jamir Abella, no? Dahil sa'yo, ikaw ngayon ang ating mamamayagpag na manlalaro dito sa CFS PH Impact for our first series of the day. And as you take a look, ito nga naman talaga ang highlights ng MVP. Purong entry lang talaga, pre. Like hindi mo siya nakikitang nag-hold ng sight. I can really see this man holding down deep angles. Tapos you would have the utmost respect kasi hindi ka magagalit sa player tulad ni Jam na talaga. So yan, nirerekta niya kagad yung top A, nagni-ninja, nagbobodega, and yan, yun na nga ang kwento na pwede natin ipakita dito for Rhea 7 as they take home the bacon plus Jam taking home the MVP as well. So isa na namang congratulations para kay Boss Lemon at ang kabuuan ng Rhea 7.
Ayun nga, Rhea 7. Big win para sa kanila dito. I don't know how far this pushes them in the standings, pare. Probably still around top 2. Maybe top 1 na ngayon kasi wala pang active game itong matches, pare. But we're gonna find out in just a few kung sino nga ang mas solidified dito sa 3rd and 4th place, pare. It is gonna be Vengeance versus itong it is gonna be Vengeance versus itong Heroics, pare. And what's the take sa series na yun? Kasi I'm gonna have a different guy next to me dito sa next game.
Sub out na nga muna, do. Si Boss Salvatore, no, at iba na nga mga kasama dito ni Sneaky Fragat. Pati kayo, no? Iba na nga maririnig yung bosses maya din. Pero ito, Vengeance tsaka Heroics, it's going to be a really, really close fight. Still gonna put my trust dito para sa Heroics, no? The more consistent team and in terms of putting out something, mas may dala talagang mas may dala talagang makina ang Heroics dito, no. Makikita na nga natin kung paano nga ba mag-overspeeding si Dexter Cueva sa serye to, no, at sasagasaan niya lang talaga lahat ng competition dito. Kung ako sa'yo, pre, ibomba mo na para talaga matikitan mo na dito ang Vengeance, no? So it is now time to pass it over to a short break kasi nga kailangan na natin i-transition para sa ating pangalawang serye, ang ating main event. It's going to be Vengeance versus Heroics. Salvatore Sneaky Frag, mamamahinga muna kami. This is CFS PH Impact 2025. We'll be right back.
So ayun na nga, magbabalik ang Week 3 Day 1 ng CFS PH Impact Summer 2025. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frogo. Kami naman ang magkakast ng susunod na BO3 para sa araw na ito. It will be Heroics versus Vengeance para matapos natin ang araw ngayon. Well, it's been a pretty fun game na makita kanina. Yung game with Reyes 7 winning it out kanina. But I think this is a perfect way para makapag-chill tayo, Sneaky. I think this match is everything for both of these teams. Kaya feeling ko ay magiging maayos makikita natin sa susunod nating laban.
Yeah, for sure. Heroics and yung itong Vengeance, no? Both of them are chasing yung third and fourth spot dito sa standings para makapasok na dito sa playoffs. Obviously, Heroics, I think this team can play a lot better, no? Considering yung kanilang showing for the past few weeks and considering yung kanilang record being 1-1 actually, which is not bad of a loss para sa side ng Heroics as they did lose to etong Sunday Shrooms in a very, very close 3-map banger, no? So, para naman sa akin, I feel like Heroics, there's still a lot to offer para sa kanilang team. And for Vengeance naman, it's still a whole lot of stardom carrying siguro itong team na to. There's some very, very good performance from sa mga individual players nila men, pero there's still some spots na pwede nilang improve siguro when it comes to their teamwork. But yeah, I feel like this is gonna be a very solid match. Both teams are practically halos magka-level lang sila dito, pare.
Yeah, pareho din sila middle of the pack sa standings natin din, no? So talagang tama lang na sila yung mag-aayos para makaabot sa top 4 natin. Hindi na nagkakalayo sa standings, so talagang napaka-init na ng paghahabol nila sa pag-abot patunta doon sa place ng Sunday Shrooms as well. But that's if kung magpa-falter nga ba yung magiging performance ng Sunday Shrooms sa kanilang susunod na game. So we'll have to wait and see for that. Of course, focus tayo dito sa naging matchup natin ngayon. I think Heroics is actually building on some really good solid foundation sa kanila. No? Parang ang slow ng start nung nagsimula tayo sa kanilang season dito, having really solid performances against the likes of tinitingnan ko lang, Sunday Shrooms na nagsimula sila sa week 1. I think it was a very close affair, 3 games all throughout. Tapos ngayon parang bumawi sila nung nakalaban nila yung Arise Gaming team last weekend, no? So parang going up and down yung naging performance. You can see that there's potential. You can see that there's also some mistakes along the way na hindi naman natin masasabi na nagkakos sila entirely. So talagang may pambawi at may chance na makapag-prove na solid sila sa top 4 natin. Whereas Vengeance naman, sila naman yung masabi nating parang friendship is the way to go everywhere else, diba? Kasi parang ang ganda kasi ng synergy nila as a team, parang sama-sama lang sila. Alred, si Sua. Remember that game nung nag-31 kills si Kara on Black Widow against MATTJESS? That's one way to put it out there, man. May times na talaga may standout sa kanila, pero most of the time, solid sila as a team na may teamwork talaga.
Yeah, for sure. Yun nga, no, we can't ignore yung performance dito ni Kara up against itong MATTJESS. Still resulted in an L para sa kanila dito going into last week. Pero ayun nga, no, it's a classic Vengeance thing where they really do perform amazingly pagdating sa mapa ng Black Widow, and then when it involves yung mga ibang mapa natin like itong Compound, like itong Ankara, they really do look lost, no? So I wouldn't be surprised kung ibaban ng Heroics itong Black Widow and just play any other map and try and beat itong Vengeance from there. However, Vengeance, I mean, their Compound wasn't too bad up against itong MATTJESS, pare, and their Ankara was pretty bad, so might as well try na iwasan yun as much as possible. Pero I expect no sub-base dito sa map dito. Yep, we're gonna go straight up Ankara, Port, and Compound, and ayun nga, it's not really a surprise yung first 2 backbans na nakita natin, men.
No surprise there. I mean, nakita mo ba naman, every time that Heroics have their coveted sub-base, parang nagiging advantage, may edge na sila agad doon. So, gumawa ng homework, nag-aral bigla ang Vengeance. No? Alam na nila yung preparations nila coming into this. They also saw yung naging potential ni Kara all the way from that side of the map as well. Kaya talaga namang kailangan nilang i-halter yung kanya naging performance dito. No surprise that Mexico 2 is not here, so Eagle Eye also. It's kind of interesting kasi Eagle Eye for me is sort of like a teamwork style of map. Kaya siguro na isip nila na since yun is one of mga strengths ng Vengeance, they did prefer na i-ban yun against this team. So going at it, Ankara, Port, and Compound, playing a bunch to the strengths of the teams na meron tayo dito. Vengeance, they do rely on those slow-tempoed maps. Kaya Ankara being that first pick, hindi siya nakaka-surprise at all. Port being one of the maps na may experience. Ang Heroics naman, ayun, parang go back to the comfort picks ka naman para sa kanila.
Yeah, And Port, not a surprise in all honesty, no, considering how Ghosted performed nung last series. Granted, it is AGT yung kanyang kalaban. He still had a pretty good sniper game, to say the least, and he's gonna try to replicate it, no, dito sa map number 2. Para naman sa Ankara, I am a bit worried para dito sa Vengeance, as, you know, they've had their hard times dito sa mapa na to, from what I've seen personally, no, on some of their tournaments. And going up against itong Heroics, which obviously has some very insane players on their team, ayun nga, it's gonna be a very tough time, especially considering BL pa naman yung simulan dito ng Heroics. And this is also a test, no, on the players who overperformed. Galing sa baka nakita natin last week, I'm looking at yung matchup natin between kay Suwa at kay Zolek, actually, between yung dalawang teams, as both of them performed very, very well. Granted, it was against, you know, maybe a weaker opponent para dito sa Heroics and para naman dito sa Vengeance. So, I mean, you performed up against itong MATTJESS, so that's still a pretty good sign for the future para dito sa Vengeance. But, yeah, this is a true test kung sino magsistay dito sa mid-ladder natin, pare.
Totoo nga naman no? And it'll come down to how close the game goes as well. Kasi, yun nga, para makaabot sila dun sa mas mataas, dapat maging 2-0 ito. At saka dapat mas maging lopsided, kumbaga, yung ating magiging performances nila sa maps natin dito. So, the round differential is gonna make a lot more sense pagdating dun sa naging tiebreakers natin. But nevertheless, it will be a good game para sa pareho nating Heroics versus Vengeance. At it will be yung ating second match of the day para sa kanila. A lot more on the stakes on the line here for both of these teams talaga. So, I really do think the predictions here will do matter for both of us. As I'm gonna say, Vengeance 2-1. I think the way that they are able to handle themselves are just makes me tell myself na mataas yung floor nila. Even if sometimes their ceiling is not that high to begin with. What about you, Sneaky?
I'm actually feeling a Heroics 2-1 dito, pare. Or not 2-1, run that back. I'm feeling a Heroics 2-0 dito, in all honesty. Not because na ayun nga, Vengeance is a team that, you know, it will get crushed, no, or ina-expect na maging crush sila dito, pare. But I really feel like without Black Widow dito sa kanilang map pool, ayun nga, Vengeance, I expect them to be confused on some of these angles, pare. Not underestimating the team at all, no, dito sa series natin. But then, in terms of better map pool, siguro pwede natin ilagay dito sa Heroics, considering the experience of the team, having itong si Ghosted, of having itong si Silent, of having itong si X3D. Plus, ayun nga, no, I was more impressed dito sa performance dito ni Zolek as of recent. So, let's see, man. Heroics, I am putting a lot of trust dito sa team na to, pare. And para naman sa Vengeance, sorry guys, I'm not underestimating you. Just seeing it how it is, pare.
Totoo nga naman. No? It's firepower versus teamwork at the end of the day. At para sa Heroics, kung kaya ba naman i-hold yung stride nila papunta dito, syempre, I think the map veto does a really solid foundation kung paano sila nag-start. So we'll have to wait and see. The last time that makita natin yung Vengeance on Ankara was not the best of showings that we can kind of see on the broadcast against MATTJESS. I'd say na maybe it was less about yung naging misperformance nila against MATTJESS than rather it being MATTJESS's performance mismo sa Ankara rather than anything. Kaya baka kaya nilang ipagbawi iyon. Maybe they could have a little bit more of a better performance dito and maybe use Ankara as a para na mas solid na map, may pag-pick sa ibang map dito. No? So we'll have to wait and see. Heroics, this will be their time to shine pagdating this Ankara. If they're able to get themselves a leg up dito against Vengeance, it will be a good time for them. As the same could be said as well for Vengeance. They get their Ankara, they mawawala yung demonyo nila na natatakot sila sa pagpasok dito sa Ankara, and then it'll be a smooth transition to Port. But Port is a little bit more 50-50, I'd say. Parang since Heroics already had a really solid performance dun sa Port nila, I think they'll have a bit more of an edge, but we'll see, man. Kasi at this point sa Impact, medyo di mo din talaga masasabi kung sino talaga yung talagang obvious na magpo-perform ng maayos dito.
For sure. Ayun nga, no, despite yung prediction ko dito sa Vengeance, pare, I still really hope na Kara, you know, performs the exact same way na nakita natin from that last week's stint, no? I mean, I know that Alreds is a very, very good player when he gets his ball rolling dito sa mapa na to, and Su has a very nice support. Asinit has his moments as well pagdating sa kanyang lurking, and his calling as well has been, you know, pretty good so far dito sa season natin. But I really feel like this is gonna be the second test after or yun nga, this is the test after yung matches, no, on what level is Vengeance truly playing at dito sa Impact, pare. Are they gonna be, barely outside of playoffs dito, pare, contending with yung lower ladder teams natin, or are they gonna be actively competing dito sa top 4? This is gonna be the proving point, no, na Vengeance probably, maybe, might just make playoffs if they do beat itong HRC, pare.
Yep, Singabi set as well for them, but we'll see how it goes. BL para sa Heroics, habang ang Vengeance naman ang magsa-start ng defense nila. Hotel side already secured for them, tapos may mag-hold pa doon sa may bypass, while we must have a double stack doon sa loob ng A site. We have Jeloy and Kara. White Sea has been a standout performer. Pagdating doon sa ating naging second week, they've been doing a really good job integrating him sa comfortability niya dito sa lineup natin. While Heroics, sila naman slowly crossing in towards that mid position, habang si Suwa naman yung mag-gatekeep natin dito. Kung dalawa silang sasama, he's gonna be in a lot of trouble dito, Sneaky.
For sure. Bit of CA control para sa Heroics. Vengeance is allowing it, making some traps dito sa mapa natin that Heroics can definitely walk into, pare. Pero Heroics more about the setup this time. A lot less aggressive as per usual, no? I think they are respecting yung capabilities ng Vengeance. Or it could also be one of the bet games dito, pare, na they did as of recent. And it seems like the Vengeance did a number on them, pare, with this amount of respect. Asinit will get the first frag dito kay Ghosted. Asinit already naghahanap na agad ng flank. Ganito kaagad dito sa game natin. Silent looking to punish this flank ongoing. Aldrets hitting a nice no-scope kay Jezreel, pero nakapasok na sila sa B-site. Silent's gonna be the breakpoint para sa kanyang team. Problem nga lang, Asinit gonna be making his way all the way into Hotel, pero aware naman yata yung HRC because of the earlier flank. Pero Silent not spotted actually dito ni Jeloy. Silent getting the kill still. So 3v3 even Steven. Kara looking for the opener dito kay Zolek. X3D already. His mind is on Hotel, pare. Pero Zolek with a double kill already. X3D with the jumping spray as Heroics, they take the first round on the board. Ganda ng simula, pre. Kaso di nila na-take advantage yung first pick dito ni Azinit, men.
That and yung flank din coming through from Azinit as well. Since honestly, if the timing was perfect, they could have actually locked down yung naging slide entrance natin. And the fact na hindi din naghintay itong si Zolek na may magbibig sa kanya from the corner, siya na mismo yung umuna. That really set the tone for them na hindi sila nakahanap ng kahit anong entrada sa pagpasok dito sa may batteries. Losing all control sa pag-retake nila dito sa site, and with that mid setup as well being locked away by Heroics themselves. Definitely was a good start to finish para sa kanilang round, 1-0. And now you see a little bit more of a passive setup para sa kanila. You got Jezreel trying to lock down yung hotel control nila dito, pushing on with the 1-3-1 setup. They're still letting the CA control be given. Tsaka, if all honesty, kung gusto nilang kunin yung kakyatan, mabilisan lang to para sa Heroics as they're gonna make their way back into the mid setup yet again. Suwa, expected with his position dito. And X3D is already holding up with the cross box as well. Let's go. Una with the utility. On up the flash, but Suwa's gonna take the first pick off. Peek on through, kita si Zolek. At pwede din siyang bumalik para magkaroon siya ng konting semblance of control on the mid side. So, there's some damage para dito sa Vengeance. And with 1 minute on the clock, medyo flexible pa rin yung options na despite the numbers.
Yeah, smoke on that EA position. Or the losing si X3D at the start of the round is not a sign for good times. Pero knowing itong Heroic, they've already bailed themselves out of a prior 4v5 situation, pare. As the flashes are gonna start to ring through. Jezreel gonna bank it dito sa ating pole. Kara not gonna be blinded at all. Pero Jezreel spotting a baby TT. Pero si Kara pa nga mauna makakuha ng kill dito. Getting to from that EA position. And the flying silent cannot get itong si Kara, pare. 1-1 Vengeance with a hella good hold from their EA player. And ayun nga, I feel like Heroic, maybe that first pick was way more important than they expected, pare. Might have missed a bit more impact galing kay XTD.
Totoo, man. And in all honesty, with that snowball coming through to site, there's never gonna be an expectance of the amount of numbers that they still had on that A side itself. And a good pick off dito kay Aldez, just showing a little bit more of that comfortability back into the map. With that bypass push, Aldez will go down. That makes it an early 5v4 Vengeance. Medyo passive na sa approach nila, 2-2 setup. Mid already open. Pero with the Heroics comfortable with getting that first pick off. It could possibly be a fast attempt dito sa loob ng A-site natin. Kara Kind of hungry to take the first pick off yet again. Silent spotted, tries to re-peek and does go down itong si Kara. Geloy spotted and even kills off tong si Zolek as well. A double para kay dito kay Silent naman is looking good para sa Heroic's execution as they're already inside of the site at may plant pa kay Jezreel, so it will go down with a 4 versus 2.
Yeah, Heroic playing scarily standard no dito sa game natin. Silent getting si Suwa as in it will get another kill, pero that's the flash and that's the peak. As in it fully blinded, not much he can do unless he does get itong si X3D, but X3D has the corner. 2-1, Heroics, pansin ko they're aggressively chasing that opening pick every single start of the round. And if they do, they start moving on one side of the map and then they go for the full execute. Pero para naman sa Vengeance, so they're not gonna allow that to happen every single time. So, change nila yung kanilang depensa dito. A lot less focused on the site itself, more about that mid-control. Pero perfect call para sa Heroic to overtake itong hotel and keep Vengeance guessing dito, pare.
No, and sometimes yung usual na mga strats para makuha yung first pick off noon is some semblance of push doon sa mid side lagi. But for a few times, it's always on that mid top position, and a few times because somebody is pushed on doon sa may bypass. So, but more of a mix and match na para sa Heroics. They split off 3-2, possibly to play around this crossfire. Play against it. Kara, Sua have to be aware of this fact. Spotted at least yung CA player. Pero si Kara hindi na maghihintay. Push on in from him and it's a double kill para sa kanya. That is a beautiful setup para sa Vengeance. At mukhang hindi pa nagpapatinag si Kara ngayon. Jumping up and down, gets some info, gets a headshot. That's another shot para kay Kara, who is on a hot streak. 6 kills for him. 1 versus 4 na ngayon ang sniper para sa Heroics na nag-iisa lamang at wala sa kanya yung bomba.
Yeah. Ghosted. Only one left alive. Had a hell of a performance dun sa recent nila na series and up against itong AGT. Let's see if he can replicate the exact same thing up against itong Vengeance. Jello is spotted. Ghosted spotted as well. Ang kanyang pagka-push dito sa smoke. Gets the first shot. Pero nandun si Aldrets in that exact same corner as well. 2-2 Vengeance. Some rounds on the board galing sa kanilang GR side. Some very well defended positions galing sa kanila dito. And I like yung slight adjustment to be more focused on mid. At the same time, Heroics, their priorities were all over the place trying to get yung first pick nila dito.
Yeah. And maybe they're gonna go back to what works para sa kanila, no? Kasi now, kanina you kind of see a little bit more of an adjustment sa style nila na hindi sila komportable. Back onto the execute siguro and possibly just play for the extremities. And just that fact, parang ang ganda na naging position talaga ng dalawa nilang players, si Kara at si Sua. They played around that CA control and when they made some noise, fully focused to ibang Heroics players. So baka nga hindi sila naging fully focused on that Vents position. Kaya mabilis yung naging first pick off. Sua, same position. Not playing the crossfire anymore. Back onto his original spot. Sua getting 1. Ghosted and X3D gonna get themselves 2 picks to exchange. Still gonna be that mid presence down for the count for them as Vengeance. They're playing around the retake scenario while Zolek hits a really nice shot papunta kay Aldrex. Pasok na agad sa loob ng site itself. It's gonna be a 4 versus 2 para sa Vengeance natin where they're playing for the retake scenario or possibly just defend the site itself.
Yun lang. Dahil sa presence rin ni Ghosted, no, hindi sila makabuelo sa pag-push nila ng B-side. Pero Kara gusto na pilitin. Kara within batteries. He's actually gonna get X3D. Pero Jezreel with the wallbang. Good knowledge. 1 versus 2. Jeloy just gonna get spotted. Just gonna get killed by Ghosted. 3-2 Heroics. Bit of an example dito ng kanilang split pressure dito sa mapa. Getting something going sa high mid and getting something going sa B-side as well. And yun nga, medyo na blindside yung depensa ng, or yung default dito na Vengeance. Actually, they're getting baited all over the place dito, men.
Yeah. Early util, tapos early presence then on the map, kind of, parang hinayaan nila. Makapasok lang din sila dito as Heroics. Mix and match na ulit. Pasok sa Vens. 1 tap from Kara. Init na init. Labas ng utility. Gone with a knife para mas mabilis siya makabalik. What a sick movement from Kara. And napakaliit lang ng HP niya. So he has to be careful now. Flash on through. Pasok na agad dun sa 2F. Heroics are trying to play this as cool and as calm as collectively. But still they're walking into the lines then. And Jello gonna pick up the first yet again. Zolek and X3D. They trade each other off. It's a 2v3. So win another. Ang Heroics mukhang hirap na hirap makapasok, makapag-plant ng bomba. Vengeance responding in kind. Another shot from Zolek. A jumping double kill. And a 1v1. May flank pa si Aldrets. May time pa para mag-rotate ang Heroic dito.
And yeah, I think he has a rough idea kung saan manggagaling si Aldrets as well. Hindi siya nagpakita ng presence that entire time sa exit. So most likely he is going for that far flank. Alrets though, assuming na naka-rotate na agad siya dito sa B site. Pero that bit of hesitation actually. He is questioning kung bakit hindi pa nakababa yung C4 dito from Zolek. So Alrets assuming na he is in that spawn position, no? Looking for any semblance of information galing sa last player ng Vengeance. But Alrets playing this one very, very carefully, pare. Pero nakababa na nga ng mid itong si Zolek. Whoever decides to stop tap walking first is probably gonna win. Pero wala. I mean, even itong si Alret's actually confused. And I think Zolek, I think at this point you don't investigate hotel. Kung meron man dun, nalabas na sila at this point. He's gonna plant out in the open too. And yun nga, pwede na siya bumalik ng RS dito. Problema nga lang, Alret's, if he can catch a sick timing dito kay Zolek, that would be very, very nice. And that he did. He misses the shot pero tumama yung kanyang ult doon, Zolek. A shot that was given to you, pare, but unfortunately, he would not receive that win. 3-3 Vengeance, keeping it close dito sa Ankara, pare.
Siguro nagulat siya. Hindi, akala niya siguro sa Ares magagaling, pero still, because he positioned himself a little too open, it was an easy shot from the cult. I gotta tell na pareho sila nagulat doon kasi hindi niya alam na makapag-push siya doon, pabalik doon sa may top. And now you can see Zolek push on through, hasn't it? At si Silent nakapag-trade nga 1-for-1. And both the riflers talagang willing to take the first early fight. But popcorn shot again from Sua. That is the nade kill papunta kay Zolek. Sabog into a 4 versus 3 heroics. Faltering sa mid-side natin. Pero still, Vengeance with that numbers advantage. Tamang chill lang sa pareho nilang hino-hold pa rin nung nag-start pa rin yung round natin.
There we go. Good shot kind of kay Ghosted though. Getting itong si Sua. Now the defense very split apart. RS pwedeng i-take over dito ng Heroics, but then you're gonna have to catch a very nice timing kahit dito kay Alrets, but this is a very nice position kind of kay Ghosted. If there's an attempt of a rotation galing dito kay Alrets, he would have actually gotten him. Pero yun lang, they decide to stack that A site. Not bad of a decision para dito sa Vengeance, trying to keep the numbers. Pero B ang usapan natin dito, and they're gonna have to rotate very, very quickly as soon as they see that timer at the top.
Hirap
Pero
din.
yun nga.
Kasi si Silent kasi, he's also one of the players willing to actually take a forward fight. But that's kind of risky din kasi kapag sa RS sila mag-push, he's gonna be facing up against 3 people coming on to him. Hindi siya si JJ, hindi siya si kahit ano na nasa UM side. So he's not really willing to take that kind of fight. Heroics are gonna try to play this a passive approach. Vengeance gonna put all the utility back in towards the site itself. But a one tap, what a double kill para kay Kara. The control, the confidence. Pinakita nga ang sarili niya dito. 1 versus 3. Dex gonna start strong with 1. 12 seconds to defuse
Wait,
that
Dex is
bomb.
inside.
Kara's inside, but he's gonna kill him off with a triple kill. Ganun kabilis lamang na pumasok si Dex, pero ganun kabilis lang din siyang pinatalsik dito sa round natin. It's a 4-3 para sa Vengeance. What a round for them.
Yeah, what a game galing kay Kara as well. 11-4 so far dito sa laruan natin. And just like how I expected, no, the matchup's gonna pan through. It is gonna be a Zolek versus Kara matchup dito sa series natin. Zolek having a hell of a game as well. Zesril having a rough go at it dito sa laruan natin. But then, he has been playing anchor / I will hold the other side of the map as my team is also trying to execute Euro on the other side. So he's not finding the same opportunities. Alrets does get the kill on him, and available na dito ang hotel area para sa Vengeance na mag-push or at least, just hold it down, have less players there, and mas mag-focus sila dito sa A site.
It's a pretty forward position nga from Vengeance right now kanina. Catching off Jezreel. And because of that, kasi isa na lang yung parang nakuha nila, they just back off yet again. And those, parang ang dami ng amount of times na tendencies na hinahayaan nilang makuha ng blacklist side yung mga space na kailangan nila. See that from their bypass push a couple of times. But then, over at mid where you kind of see a little bit more of that presence. So nagkakaroon ng capitalization. Zed, X3D actually is gonna take a lot of damage done. It's not enough to kill him off though. As ang dami pang damage galing dito sa top layer, but Kara's gonna pick off tong si Silent. Back to the defense push we go para dito sa Heroics. As Zolek's gonna take the first contact. Second frag for Kara, having a wonderful game na ngayon. 13 kills for him. Semblance of what has been yung second week performance niya na bumabalik ngayon sa third week natin, Heroics. Still on a 2 versus 5 situation. Jelloy gonna get the headshot dito kay Ghosted at hindi na talaga makakapasok. Wala nang entry. Wala nang pasok-pasok para sa Heroics dito sa A-site natin as he's gonna get surrounded. Sa dinarami-raming Vengeance players na pumapasok sa A-site natin, it will be a 5-3 and a flawless round as that.
Yun nga, I mean, rough execute galing dito sa Heroics. Honestly, having Silent on his own dito sa kanyang bench position without any trade-ups or at least any presence galing dito sa EA to try and distract Kara from his spot. Pero ghosted. Can serve as a surprise para dito kay Sua. Azinet is a known entity sa hotel as well. Pero yun lang, napatalikod siya dito. HM is in the full control dito na Heroics to at hahanapin siya dito ni Silent to go and secure this hotel position. Azinet with the right dodge at the right time does get taken down. Jezreel taking out si Jello as well sa kabilang side ng map. It's only Kara and Alrets left with the sniper. Nakuha niya pa kasi Zolekton in tower. 35 seconds, not much time para makagawa dito. So it's probably just a double HM play.
Yeah. You can also they're kind of thinking they want somebody to overpeak pero they're playing this with the utmost discipline na ngayon. May tao sa loob ng RS. Si Dex pahanap lang din dito. Alrets with another shot. It's a 1v1. A sniper versus Silent on the rifle. Just trying to play his hand
Silent, what are you doing?
Pero tumaas siya dito sa harap ni Alrets. A Colt in hand. Pero it was 2 bullets to the body that claims the 6th round para sa Vengeance. That retake, they made it look easy.
I feel like it was a bad kill cam siguro from one of the players dito ng Heroics, but at the same time, I didn't hear a defuse or a tap or anything. So, yeah, no reason for Silent to be that far forward just to look for the last player. Maybe trying to surprise him siguro, pero you got a bit of a panic happening. Pero Vengeance, do they know about the long A push? Seems like no is the answer para Zolek X3D. Silent immediately getting 3. Papunta nga dito sa LA. C4 nakababa na nga. They're trying to fight back. Jelloy getting 2. Silent Zolek down. Bit of casualties happening dito sa LA pero na-confirm na ng Heroics at least that it is gonna be an A push at meron pang tao na nasa loob ng CA. They are trapped in this A site, man.
I mean, good on them. Very aggressive start. It is a LA push natin. Ghosted, expecting tong si Alrets to kind of hold himself back down doon sa same position since sila nagsimula. To get themselves a 3 versus 1 advantage just off the bat. And it's just gonna be Jelloy, who I believe can do this kung na-pick up niya tong si Ghosted to start with. Dash on in towards the boxes and spots him out. Does not hit the shot. Balik na ulit dito sa boxes natin. Hinahintay na lang yung double flank coming through from Dex and Jezreel. That's a nice shot. A spray down. Pabuta kay Ghosted and he hits it. 1v1. And against Dex, he does not get the same result. 4-6 pa nga para sa Heroics. Hindi natin masasabi na medyo imposible na makapag-equalize sila dito, man.
Yeah, for sure. Did end in a 1v1 pare. They did try to go for a aggressive LA push which worked initially pero maybe gone a bit too hard. Pero Ghosted spotting too dito sa lower mid. Actually, he's gonna repeat that 1000%. And he does get his Sua but not Kara. So another 3v3 sa start ng round. Tamang exchange lang siguro ng mga early peaks dito as Azinet instructs his team. Tara mag-B-side tayo dito. Let's go into hotel. There is a bit of a timing going on habang nagta-transition pa yung Heroics from their A defense towards B. Pero Silent already investigating dito sa tunnels. Actually, kung makita niya na maaga na meron ng players na papasok dito sa B-site, this could be early information going his way. Jelloy, first peek, Silent getting Azinet. Big miss from Azinet actually. So it's a 2v2. Kara and Jelloy versus Silent and at itong si Zolek. And let's see what the retake can offer dito pare.
Mukhang pwede pa no? Parang just because of that frag on bypass, naging wide open na yung round natin as this 2 versus 2 commences with the retake scenario. Jelloy isolated from Kara right now. Kaya yung first pick-off is gonna be everything for them. Back turn, Zolek with 1 second para sa retake nila. That is a very wrong error para sa Heroics right now. Well, actually, for Vengeance, para sa kanilang positioning, nabigyan ng opportunity na makapasok si Zolen nang walang kahirap-hirap with a 5-6 win.
Yeah, I was wondering kung ano tinitignan nun ni Jelloy actually because you had one job which is to watch the cross para hindi malikuran dito si Kara but then maybe he just got slightly distracted. Maybe he was looking at yung minimap natin. That's mistakes that should not happen in a 2v2 in all honesty. And Ghosted will go for the full punish. Sua shooting through the smoke, only hitting him on the liver pare. But Sua wants to chase for this trade pare but the repeak is actually not gonna work out para Ghosted. 3 shots, only 1 out of 3 hit para sa kanya dito pero Jezreel getting itong si Azinet flank is no longer available for the boys. Pero Alret's actually staying behind sa LA. So, ayun na. The early round joust has concluded, pare. And here we have the actual round dito, man.
Ito, man. Double push up pa dito sa may bypass. So it's telling us na parang naghahanap pa ng laban ang Heroics na ngayon. Na naspot ni Alret's at hindi pa siya kakapos sa shot niya dito. Silent down. 3v2. Alret's low on HP. One nade's gonna do it. Pero si Jezreel masyado nang busy. Na-spot pa ni Jeloy. Masyado siyang malayo sa teammate niya dito. Nasa loob siya na napakalapit sa RS. Alret's gonna pick up another one. It's gonna be a 3v1. Si X3D na lang. He was held up doon sa pag-defend na doon sa may B-site itself. Kaya Vengeance have a lot of time to kind of configure kung saan sila magagaling. But Alret's gonna hit the shot yet again. Expecting another pecan from one of the Heroics players. It's a 7-5. Vengeance takes the lead again.
Yeah, I mean, Vengeance with the most classic Ankara strat of staying inside of the base as Heroics tries to get map control and overextend eventually dito, pare. X3D. Active challenge not gonna be answered para sa kanya dito. AWM gonna be serving Alret's way better dito sa round natin, and that is in a very hard to reach position in order to get that back. Pero meron pa naman sila sniper sa kamay ni Ghosted, but Ghosted is all the way in B side, so it's up to the rifles whether or not makaka-defend sila dito sa A side.
Yan. Missing one half of the crossfire. Si Zolek, he's kind of hindi siya takot na kumuha ng gantong mga engagements kaya nakikita mo siya with the close angle. It's just that what type of player is he going to be expecting out of this side? Wide peak, maybe not. Does actually get himself one. Zolek gets the 1-for-1 pero still damage done. Jezreel. Medyo questionable nga no? How is he able to get something out of that right like there?
I was just wondering why he was taking bypass na nakatalikod. I mean, I guess he was checking left side ng market, but you can check that like in 1 second. You just flick your mouse for a second there, pare. Pero, ayun nga, maybe he was paranoid that someone was in or near the big door position near that hotel. Pero this is gonna serve way better para dito sa Vengeance. Lack of information across the map para dito sa Heroics. And it's all up to the guesses now ng mga players kung saan nga manggagaling ang Vengeance squad natin. But I think they have a rough idea. Barely any presence dito sa A side, and I feel like si Silence gonna start to investigate in floor A once na meron ng nag-swing dito. Pero Ghosted doesn't spot any of the players. Actually, Fast is gonna go through. He's gonna have to run as fast as possible. Papunta nga dito ng RS, and he does make it. Zolek with the first frag. Can he get the second one? Ghosted getting it. Osikara, big important kill. Jeloy getting silent. Zolek getting another one on the board as Alret's finally takes him down. Ghosted versus Alret's. It's a sniper versus sniper matchup. Ghosted not doing better than Alret so far dito, pare, pero Ghosted can also hit the shots. But 14 seconds to operate. Alret's finally a C4 plant down. He's gonna go for a pre-aim. Probably with the sniper out, pero dahil nga hindi niya nakita si Ghosted doon, he's gonna go for the wide swing. Ghosted with the mind game, staying inside of RS, making sure na he's just barely out of vision for that full swing. And 7-6 para dito sa Heroics. I mean, it's been down to the 1v1s, the 3v3s, pare. We haven't seen too much 5v5 action, pero it's been tight either way.
Totoo, man. I mean, that tells you the caliber of players na meron tayo dito ngayon. 14 kills, Alret's 15 kills, kay Kara. They kind of made it a little too close, especially give that up para dito kay Jeloy. Pero si Alret's really on these long shots, taking down tong si Ghosted, the hero dito sa ating last round. Finally, you can see a little bit more spotlight dito kay Alret sa buong game natin. It's an early 5v4. But still, no? Medyo na-notice mo nga na medyo nagkakaroon na ng patience, discipline, yung Heroics na naging problema nila from a lot of the previous games. They could kind of get a little too overly aggressive in a lot of that early mid fights. But now in that round, you see a lot more discipline, a lot more patience and communication from them. Si Zolek, hindi siya dapat willing na kumuha ng mga fights na mabilisan, diba? So he's kind of going in and out of it to try to bait out yung position ng Vengeance para sila yung mag-peak sa mga RS players.
No, pero Alret's getting silent, slowly peeking towards the A side natin. And I think they're really trying to attract as much attention as possible, no, to try and pull some of these players to rotate. As it is a 2v5, Zolek checking the smoke. And yeah, it's getting a bit desperate para dito sa ating Heroics na squad, as Azanet does get the last kill, as it is at 8-6, and I hope to see My boy Jezreel back in action before the round to start, pero it seems like it is gonna be a DR, pare. Yeah, Heroics, hey, kind of tripping dito sa Ankara na map. It's always ending up in a 4v5 or a 5v4 in their favor or in their disadvantage, no? And yun nga, flipping that coin 50-50 every single time dito sa start ng round. Obviously, yun nga, no, Vengeance is gonna start to expect it, pare, and Aldrets has been collecting these opening kills very, very well para sa kanyang team. And with Ghosted out of commission sa start ng round, no, it doesn't really bode well for the rest of the defense para dito sa Heroics to try and just rely on the rifles kasi yun nga, no, we've seen how effective Ghosted can be if you post him up at the right place at the right time, pare. So yun nga, Vengeance is just in full punish mode dito sa kanilang BL side. They're not really doing any active na the strats outside of the 5v5, pare. It's only been the 3v3s.
Yeah. And I think you can kind of contribute that to how well their system works. Sa mga teams na aggressive nga sa kanila, you can kind of saw them. You kind of saw that in their first game. Nung nakalaban nila yung ALSOVEREIGN like to throw everything at them, but then Vengeance kind of threw something harder. So parang perfect reactionary team. And you kind of also a little bit more out of that against the MATTJESS game. Pero medyo na falter din sila because of the steam that MATTJESS were also picking up nung nagtagal yung series nun. So I think it's just here or there. I think you're seeing a lot more safe play coming through from them dahil din sa the way Ankara also is structured as a map. It's kind of okay na maibigay yung mga mid spaces, yung CA control na binibigay nila, tapos minsan tamang smoke lang dun sa may EA. If they push in towards vents, they usually have a setup where one aggressive player is actually gonna have a strong defense on that. It's usually gonna be Kara, it's usually gonna be Zolek, and in those regard, parang okay na yun sa kanila. Parang they don't really need to do much. They can kind of stick to what works, and that's been working so far para sa kanila ngayon, para sa Vengeance.
Yeah, pero I mean, it's not gonna work every single time siguro of them just holding yung being a first minute of the clock siguro. It's there's gonna come a time where Heroics is gonna realize, this is getting a bit iffy. Yung score natin dito, let's try to hold it down. Let's be a lot more passive, no? Be a lot more reactive na lang sa ginagawa dito na Vengeance. So, tayo nga, maybe adjustments are gonna be needed after we go back after ng dead round natin dito. But we're gonna have to wait and see kasi Heroics, they really do want to make that first pick happen, and it's evident pa naman sa mga Tunnels B push na nagagaling dito kay Ghosted, pare. But I think he needs to chill a bit muna kasi medyo we're getting in a spot where the game where yun nga, they could actually take the L, especially considering na they're not getting the opening picks dito kay Kara. Instead, they're taking it out dito kay Sua, Azerit, and or kay Jeloy. But Kara is still live and alive dito sa mga rounds natin.
Yeah, and sometimes kapag nag-over pushes nga Vengeance, maybe that's also a big punishment, but we'll see. Heroics triple push up, and medyo na-expected Jeloy ito, but Ghosted and Zolek, they're able to bounce it back through into a early 2 versus nothing. And Ghosted with a shot! What an AWM push coming through para sa EA player natin na si Ghosted. 1 versus 5, hasn't it? In a blink of an eye, siya na lang yung natitira dito. At talaga nga namang sa layo at sa dinarami-rami ng lumalapit na Heroics players he's gonna have to get lucky kung mapapatay niya yung at least itong si X3D. Possibly expect the trade out for Zolek, but they're separating and they're making noise. Narinig na ata ni X3 dito, so he banks on it and he hits the headshot. That will be a 7-8 para sa Heroics. And again, that is that triple push doon sa second mid that really ginawa ng difference para sa laban nila dito.
Ayun nga, going in from bypass, I think alam na ni Jezreel that there's gonna be a player watching that spot, so why not bring both of your teammates with you and get that free opener. At the same time, 3 very well-placed shots galing dito kay Ghosted on that sniper. And that's what I was saying, man. They put Ghosted in a position where he can just defend and no problem whatsoever. Pero Zolek, though, a bit reckless to go for vents this late dito sa round natin. Pero Silent gets 3 as X3D gets another one on the board. Sua at Jeloy na lang natitira, and they take down the important player na si Kara, pare. Jezreel coming in from behind X3D from the stairs position. Jeloy na lang natitira. AK-47 and a dream para sa kanya dito. Jezreel getting that last kill. 8-8. And it seems like Heroics, they finally figured out how to lock in dito sa game natin. And ayun nga, it seems like the score is equal and momentum's on their side.
Yeah. At ang ganda na din ng positioning din ni Ghosted. No? After he takes that first shot, he goes back para mas magiging even yung pagiging defense natin hold doon sa may top position. Sa silent even picking up a free double para talaga nga namang hindi na nakataas yung Vengeance. You can also see that medyo nag-slow down na yung push nila dito. Kanina on that A-Vents push. Now we're back into an 8-8 even Steven. Both Vengeance and Heroics, a bit of a spray coming through para kay X3D, expecting the pecan or at least the lure coming down from at least one of the Vengeance players. He hasn't it. All that he has to do is try to bait it out, wait for any sort of given info na papunta sa kanya. Try to possibly play for that bait and switch setup no, na tinutulungan si Alrets na makakuha ng first opening pick-off. Maybe a counter from the triple push na ginawa nila dun sa second mid kanina.
Heroic with a lot more slower of a round, pero ganun pa rin ka-aggressive yung kanilang positioning dito. But Ghosted, I think he spotted a name. Dito sa may mini-tear, does take a go at it dito kay Suwa and loses almost all of his HP. Pero si Kara and Stelo looking for the active punish. But this might be the wrong spot at the wrong time. X3D, he has been in that tunnel speed position time and time again, pare, pero hindi pa siya nakikita ng Vengeance. So it's a 4 versus 3 at the start of the round and they are scrambling para makakuha ng opening dito. Kara, oh my word, dying 3 rounds in a row, pare. 3 rounds in a row without a single kill. Now is not the time to not perform kung ikaw si Kara dito, pare.
Totoo, pre. Always the standout. Pero now medyo nagpa-falter na yung kanyang performance. Always good timings para kay X3D. Lineup was perfect. And with the perfect push from Azenit, you could actually expect itong si Jezreel sa RS. Clear na lang yung bawat corner dito bago makapag-plant ng bomb. Pero Jezreel drops the C4 right at the vicinity dito. Kaya nakapag-respond atento si X3D. Azenit also trying to get some damage done. Gets himself dito si X3D. Silent will also take the frag as well. So it's a 1v3 scenario. Si Alrets, 10 seconds, no time, and everybody just crunched on him towards his possession. It's Zolek picking up the last frag. It will be set point para sa Heroics at medyo nagiging smooth na yung comeback potential nila dito. Ngayon na isang round na lang at baka maibigay pa dito.
I don't feel good about this kung ako yung Vengeance. I've seen this time and time again sa mga tournaments nila, pare, where they're so close in beating etong team and then all of a sudden they just start losing rounds time and time again and it's not getting any better para sa kanila dito. Azenit though getting 2 from bypass. Not too bad of a start para sa kanila bin, and they know Ghosted is on the right side dito ng EA. They can go for the full punish but somehow, some way, nakalagpas pa nga siya dito sa room A and possibly into the top A position. Jezreel with the flank. Oh no. Oh no, this is very bad para sa Vengeance. They need to check behind them, pare, but they're too busy setting up. Alrets, Jezreel actually missing. Alrets gonna get taken down. Meron ng pressure na nanggagaling sa likod. Ghosted, seeing Jeloy push first. Nagkakagulo na dito sa Vengeance, pare. Pero Kara gonna try and save this. Silent takes him down. Spotted si Suwa. And Suwa is gonna go down. And I hate that I called it dito, Ramon. The Vengeance curse is still there of them having a hard time closing out games. And it seems like Heroic is gonna take full advantage dito, pare, with the win. 4 rounds in a row, hindi nakasagot dito yung Vengeance, pare.
Oo nga, on their map pick too. So the Ankar curse continues para sa Vengeance na ngayon, where Heroics are happy to take this and come at it with full colors talaga. Talagang kita mo. Kahit nung dun sa first 4 rounds na nakita natin sa kanila na nakuha nila from the second half, it really just was lights out from them. Triple pushes doon sa may second mid, and you can kind of see that Heroics really tried something desperate on time na yun, no? Na nung nabasa na siya agad ni Azenit, he actually did a wonderful job trying to hold down yung side the map na yun, giving a lot of communications to team. Kaya you can kind of saw them at that very moment na ma-pull yung trigger on the flank. Jezreel, nice timing para din sa kanya, who really hasn't had a really good game nung nagtagal yung game natin, pero nung dumating siya dun sa last round, talaga nga namang nagkaroon ng impactful frag na nakuha niya dito si yung sa mga players na nag-hold back with the utility. So Vengeance, I think nag-falter sila nung dumating sa time na mental na yung pinag-uusapan. I think nagsunod-sunod na yung mga rounds na medyo nahirapan na sila makapag-comeback dito. But still, good job para dito sa Heroics. We kind of saw a lot of their potential nung naging confident sa mga triple pushes at saka sa times na kinommunicate nila sa kung kailan sila makakapag-sandwich sa lahat ng mga plays nila dito.
Yeah, I was actually waiting. Galing dito sa Vengeance, no? Kasi napansin nila it has been a 3-man push or a 2-man push every single time dito sa bypass leading into mid na they didn't stack another player. Kasi gumagana naman talaga yung pag-antay nila sa loob ng base eh. Yung problema nga lang, hinga in that last round, Jezreel got the god timing, Jeloy got taken down immediately, and yeah, they just bounced back. And gusto ko yung hindi nag-overplay dito ng kamay si Jezreel. He knew na may advantage yung Vengeance dun sa round na yun in terms of the numbers. So we only got one. And feeling ko nagpanic yata yung Vengeance nung time na yun eh. Kasi bigla silang pumasok ng A site. All of a sudden nakapatay dito si Ghosted and it's a 2v3. So it's just pure panic siguro. Galing dito sa Vengeance going into that last round considering yung implications. So just like how I said it, matagal ko nang pinapanood to yung Vengeance man, not just in CFS PH, not just in CFS tournaments no, kundi sa mga ibang local tournaments as well. This has always been the problem para dito sa Vengeance pare, where they're so close in getting that win. Ang ganda na ng laro dito ni Kara Mensua, having his moments, si Aldret's having his moments as well, pero when it comes to that late game, that end game pare, it always just seems to escape them every single time pag kalaban nila yung mga teams kagaya nga ng Korea 7, kagaya nga ng Heroics dito who really knows how to play the game no, and have some veterans on their squad as well.
I think this is a story na kung ilan yung mga double kills yung nakakuha na sobrang impactful, di ba? Kasi we kind of saw a lot of that nung nagkakaroon ng maayos na defense yung Heroics nung nasa GR na sila. Tanda ko yung mga times na nagda-double kill tong si Silent. May mga times din nagkakaroon ng impactful double kill tong si Ghosted. I think they popped off dun sa mga pinakamaayos na moments. At dun nag-matter dahil if hindi nangyari yung mga moments na yun, then I feel like Vengeance could have had this na mas malinis. I think Kara would have been a little bit more consistent nung nagtagal yung game natin. Talagang tumaas nga yung performance na dito, pero nung dumating sa second half, siya na yung nagiging first pick-off, siya na yung nagiging first blood, either ni Ghosted o kaya yung mga pushes nila from that bypass. So we're kind of hoping that Vengeance can pick it up pagdating doon sa port map natin, which in all honesty, medyo hindi ako convinced if I'm being honest ngayon.
Well, fortunately para sa Vengeance na squad, it is a map pick ng Heroics dito. So, they do get to play that GR side first. And obviously, Aldret's not having too bad of a game. So, he's gonna be posted up dito sa top A. Honestly, not a bad look para dito sa Vengeance going into the map of Port. It really is just a question na can Kara perform the exact same way like he did sa Black Widow and dito sa Ankara, or is it gonna be a different look para sa mga ibang players? Are we gonna see something galing kay more galing dito kay Suwa, galing kay Azenit? We're just gonna have to wait and see, no? Pero with Aldret's and Kara performing dito sa Ankara, I would argue they would not have too bad of a time dito sa Port. Depende na lang talaga kung gaano ka-aggressive gusto maging ng Heroics dito pagdating sa kanilang BL on Port, kasi not much opportunities to do so, pero with the way that they hunt 5v4 sa start ng round, that kind of play, especially sa BL side ng Port, is actually perfect for them.
And you can also kind of put a lot more emphasis din sa sniper matchups din natin dito. So, will Ghosted retain yung naging yung sa amin consistency, smooth yung performance niya. Hindi siya yung sobrang taas, hindi din siya yung sobrang mababa. Doing a good job, okay na din yun. But will he retain that laban sa mga snipers ng Vengeance? Usually, may expect mo si Aldret's yung mag-pick up nun. Pero sometimes si Kara, nagpa-flex din siya with the sniper as well. And a big contribution to why nakakuha siya ng 31 kills on the Black Widow map is because of Kara picking up the sniper. We'll see kung yun din yung gagawin niya on that port map, since this is one of the sniper maps na meron dito for all the teams in the map pool, so we'll see how it goes doon sa matchup natin. I do like that Vengeance were trying to go back into that passive role, pero yun din yung parang masabi nating madali ding masahin eh. You had a little bit of worry na baka makuha yun ng mga kalaban nila tapos ma-use that against them. And that literally just is what happened. So every time na may Heroics has a good game plan moving forward with how passive yung Vengeance were, they did a lot of the good things. A lot of good decisions has been made against that. So that game plan worked out at mukhang enough na yun para mapanalo dito ang Heroics.
Yeah, scary thing as well para dito sa Vengeance, no, na may katapat na nga dito si Kara, and Yun nga, his name is Mr. Zolek on the other side. Granted, it's not the exact same output na nakikita natin. Galing dito kay Kara having to do more work and getting more frags. Pero, you know, the way that Zolek plays yung game natin, the way he is so precise, so accurate gamit ang kanyang mga barrel dito has been a thorn on the side para dito sa Vengeance. As we take a look at the set summary, of course, it is going to be a 10-8 with Ghosted, or actually Zolek, once again leading the charge para sa kanyang team in terms of the fragging department. 18 AP with a 1.42 KD, 0.94 kill per round, headshot per kill. Pretty high dito sa stat sheet natin as well. So, yun nga, another very impressive game galing dito kay Zolek, pare. But we still gotta give credit kay Mr. Aldrets, who also performed very well on the sniper sa mapa na to.
Yeah, getting early first bloods para sa team niya, pero not enough para ma-close out nila yung kanilang naging BL half. So, makikita mo yung magiging mas mataas na difference nung dumaloy sila doon sa naging second half where nag-start na yung heroics on that BL. I like how Zolek works around his team, na hindi siya yung super aggressive pero siya yung parang nagtatawag ng magsasama sa kanya kung may gusto siyang plano na gawin no? Sometimes on that batteries defense, sometimes doon sa mga triple pushes nila, and you can count on him para maging pillar sa mga pushes at saka sa mga setups ng heroics so far. So it's a 10-8 win, and Vengeance are not gonna be happy with that. That's their map pick taken away. Pero medyo may doubts na nga tayo nung nagsimula yung Ankara para sa kanila as we head off into the MVP. Sa win ng Heroics kanina, it will be none other than Zolek himself. That is a 1.94 KD, very consistent, very solid. Pero what's interesting to me is that wala siyang pakialam kung saan tumama yung mga patay niya. Basta patay, okay na sa kanya as long as he does it a lot of times.
Oh yeah, for sure. Pero ayun nga, I really feel like there is gonna be something cooking, no, para dito sa Vengeance going into map number 2. So hopefully we do see a lot more galing sa kanila dito. But I think this might be the time to go for a very short break. Pagbalik namin, it is gonna be port map pick dito ng Heroics. Is it gonna be a sweep or is it gonna be a reverse sweep? We're gonna have to find out right after this break.
At welcome back mga tropa sa CFS PH Impact Summer 2025. We're in week 3, day 1 para sa ating matchup between Heroics versus Vengeance. Ako si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. It has been a do or die situation na ngayon para sa 0-1 scoreline para sa Vengeance, where they actually gave away their map pick dito. Ang Ankara papunta dito sa Heroics dahil sa kanilang napakaayos na mga setups at saka sa mga pushes nila all the way from second mid. Pero it is a different map story at baka naman baka iba yung mga kita nating kwento as we're walking in towards Port 10. Into your eyes, sa tingin mo ba wala na to para sa Vengeance or tingin mo may palag pa sila ngayon?
I think may chance pa naman yung Vengeance dito. I think assuming they did pick GR side first dito sa mapa na to, obviously they can build a really good lead and they can get some momentum going. If Kara, just like I said, if they can replicate yung exact same performance na nakita natin from his prior performances sa Ankara and sa Black Widow, then they're not gonna have too much of a problem pagdating sa kanilang opensa dito. I think it's really just about map control and really reading ng tama yung depensa dito ng reading yung depensa dito ng Heroics maybe potentially, or ayun nga, maybe reading yung offense ng Heroics dito as ayun nga, they are gonna start on BL side first. I mean, I really hope that they can prevent yung usual stuff from happening dito sa port map natin. I really think na Vengeance shouldn't give CA for free. They shouldn't give LB for free as well. So gusto ko makita ng a bit more bite siguro galing dito sa Vengeance, especially pagdating sa first few rounds dito ng port, just to get some early momentum going. Maybe something to just blindside itong Heroics. Kasi no way kasi itong Heroics round number 1 pa lang, they're gonna do something very quick.
Yeah. And it's also kind of a problem that we're not seeing like yung mga usual na confident na maglalaro, hindi masyadong confident. You can see that Kara's getting picked off early, either from the sniper of Ghosted or dahil natatalo siya sa mga pushes, dahil ang ganda ng defense nga ng side na Heroics natin. Sometimes natatalo sa mga 1v1 si Azenit, although there are some times na naging clutch siya, hindi tumatama yung mga clutches na yun. No? So we're kind of expecting them to get a little bit more juice sa nagiging laro natin so far. Maybe Port will be a different story since they're going to be starting on the GR side now. Do you think it will be a close game? Kasi feeling ko talaga basta ma-unlock yung mga players na to. Like, thinking yung kapag on form yung lahat ng players natin, I think this has potential to go OT. Pero do you think I'm going a bit too far with that?
It could be a close game, pare, depending on how the first half goes. In all honesty, I assume that it is going to be a close game considering na it's all about how that second half folds out na para sa mga teams natin. If Vengeance has a really good defensive first half, maybe end up in a score of 7-2. And ayun nga, onti na lang yung leeway bago sila makakuha ng panalo dito. But just like I said it, if they go back to their old ways, having a hard time trying to close out yung ibang mga rounds natin and just the game in general, pare, doesn't really give me much faith. Vengeance can definitely keep it close, pero problema nga lang, can they close out yung port map? That's just where it is right now, pare.
And I think they're coming into this with the mindset of improving then, kasi the last time that they played port so far dito sa Impact Summer, it was against Sunday Shrooms and they kind of got smoked with how well of a sniper then yung player nila on Sunday Shrooms. So it's either gonna be a way for them to try to change the setup or maybe just trust themselves that the setups that they've had on Sunday Shrooms actually still work. If I remember correctly, they're very reliant dun sa mga bridge setups nila, and they're very reactive when it comes to how they hold yung curve position natin if they are actually going through that bridge. Very minimal yung mga nakita ko mistakes on the retake. So we'll see how it goes para sa Vengeance if they are gonna be doing well against Heroics who have already had a solid foundation. So pag-start nila dito sa map natin, although it's not the best of starts sa season, it's something to work with at least as we go on into our port map. Vengeance gonna start on Global Risk habang ang Heroics naman ang magsaset ng tempo natin. It's a 5-man push papunta dito sa may LB. As they're walking into the horde, it says Azit with the first, Jello with a second. Look at the run and gun coming through. Pero yun nga lang, Heroics are down for the count, and it will be a 3 versus 2 where Vengeance are happy with the numbers advantage.
Yeah, I told you they were gonna go for something fast, but not checking Z at all is a very interesting way of going dito sa LB natin for sure. Pero Jezreel finding a position dito sa mid, cutting off Z potentially. Pero may hit na ba dito si Kara? Jezreel getting the better of Kara actually. And all of a sudden 2v2, walang access whatsoever itong Vengeance papunta nga dito sa A site natin. And Ghosted actually in the right place at the right time. I would have wished na si Jezreel actually may hawak ng C4 dito just to get the plant going. Pero Ghosted is trying to make sure na it's not gonna give anything for free. No, anything that they can get dito sa 2v2 na to is already a bonus para sa kanila dito. Pero Ghosted finally will get the C4 down. Vengeance playing it extra safe, no? And I can't really blame them.
Talaga. An inch will go for a very quick mile. At sa Tagalog, ang ibig sabihin nun ay kapag binigyan mo ng isa, ay baka maging 10 pa yung makukuha. So we're plant coming down. Vengeance gonna play this with the numbers na meron sa kanila dito. So 2v2. Gandang-ganda talaga ng third-person camera na to, no? Para ma-highlight kung gaano kalayo yung kailangan lakbayin ng Suwa at saka ni Alreds para sa Vengeance. They exchange nades. Try niyang labanan yung top player. They do kill off tong si Suwa. So 1v1 na. Kasama to si Alreds. Spotted. Seeing him doon sa corner natin. Alreds try to spray him down. Hindi pa enough para mapatay na yung nag-iisang player. They're just gonna play around the time. 12 seconds. Not enough. And it's the Cult gonna be able to kill him off with the first frag. It will be a 1-0 para sa Heroics natin.
And yeah, that was probably one of the more important rounds, no? Pagdating sa mapa ng port, there's always that first round that will set the pace for the rest of this game. Ghosted, good 3K, and a good 2K para dito kay Jezreel. Jezreel, especially yung pick-off na yun dito kay Zolek, man, really just forced every single member dito ng Vengeance to play the B side of the map. And in that 3-take, pare, I like that Jezreel kinda threw his life away, pero Ghosted did get that quick trade and very, very well played dun sa 1v1, pare. Making sure na it's not gonna be free. I mean, Colt agad yung hinawakan na doon. He's very aware na low na agad yung last player. But let's see if they can keep the momentum going. Ghosted very, very forward pagdating sa mapa natin dito. And Vengeance actually staying a bit back dito sa game natin.
Slow crawling with the AWM. Talagang alam na yung ginagawa niya dito, no? As Heroics are gonna try their hand at going at it's a B-site push na naman. LB full control. The house also crawling with so many dito sa mga Heroic players natin as it's gonna be Jeloy. It's a tall box. Kasama na din to agad dong si Azanit. That will be the double setup for the defense. Ghosted gonna be able to get first contact. Flash coming through. Perfect at the right time. Pero it will be a blinded shot. Zolek with the entry as Vengeance are doing their best para mahold yung B-site natin as it will be a 2-for-1. Silent down. And Azanit gonna peek on with the spray. Catching onto two people, Zed and Ghosted. Gonna be able to get that 3 versus 1. And Zolek down with a triple kill para kay Azanit. It's Vengeance with a strong back down into the round.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised na Zolek didn't call si Azanit dun sa kanyang corner position as he's already gotten shot. He probably assumed na nanggaling yata sa curve player baka bala dito. But Vengeance, man, with a very, very nice retake. Very patient galing dito kay Azanit. You know, granted namatay ang kanyang teammate on the site. He just waited for his team to help him in that position here. Kara, first peek, expecting the flash galing kay Jezreel, pero XGD still would get a trade. And, I mean, a 4v4 with Kara already out to start ng round. I would reckon Heroic has the advantage here, man.
Yeah. At the same time, at least hindi lang naman Kara show to. Like, we kind of expect that of him, so at least the riflers are still gonna have the brunt of the work. Pero at the very least, that will be CA control that you also kind of highlighted nung we're going into this game. It's very important para mag-split into that long A as it's gonna let X3D actually have free entry. Well, it's also interesting na wala pa sa kanilang bomba. They already have house control, so It's a question of kung magko-commit nga ba dito sa side na yun. They're just waiting for Silent to pick up the bomb para makapasok sila dun sa may B. Or if the initial execute doesn't work out, they're just gonna rotate and possibly play for X3D's position. Actually catch off the rotation. It might be both at this point in time. Hasn't it? I think spots the shoulder. X3D has to be careful. It has to be the pick onto him. As Azenit's gonna get taken down immediately. Silent gonna pick up first, but Jello and Sua, they answer back with their own frags into a 2v2. B-site already in full control of Heroics because of this execute. Kaya si Jello at si Alrets kailangan mag-respond. At pero inuulan na sila ng bala, inuulan na sila ng utility. Zolek to get that first in the post plat will be that 1 versus 2. Pero Alrets sprayed on through the smoke at hindi na binigyan ng chance para mag-retake with this 2-1 win.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic pulled that play straight out of 2019, pare. The two-man split, papunta nga dito sa ilalim ng bridge to distract yung RS players at napa-rotate yung dalawang players na nakabaon dito sa B-site just to try and help the team to defend itong mid, no? But in that distraction, pare, pumasok yung dalawang B-side players. So, very impressive display dito ng macro gameplay from the homies over at Heroics as Ghosted gets immediately taken down dito ni Alrets. Pero Kara, looking to see if he can spot anything dito sa loob ng site. Spotted nga siya sa ilalim dito ng hagdan. Pero Zolek trying to come in. Sua on that bridge position. Nades are being thrown. Alrets focused dito sa may ladder position natin. Sua taken down sa may bodega position, but he takes Jezreel down with him. Pero Alrets hindi pa rin matinag dito sa top A. Silent X3D getting 2 of their own as well. Pero alam nila na nasa top A pa si Alrets, Azenit, and Alrets getting the last 2 players. It's a pure fist fight dito sa A site as we go 2-2. I mean, it's a back and forth, which is good on any other map dito, Chris. But we're talking about in the context of Port. Pag nag 5-4 to for Heroic, yun nga, the doubts start para dito sa VNG, pare.
Totoo, man. I mean, full commitment yung parehong koponan para sa pag-hold ng ground nila. The LA push for Heroics. The ladder control na ginagawa sana ng isang mga players on them. But you gotta see the same commitment coming through as well. As Kara's gonna get surprised by the shot. Ghosted comes out of the smoke and snipes down Kara where she stands. That will be Jelloy. Wide peak. But X3D will expect that. Ghosted with another. Heroics doing everything that they can to commit to the fights. Pero Vengeance trying to bite back with as much as damage as possible. Pero still 2v4. And into the B site they go para sa BL push nila.
Yeah, people really are forgetting how good Ghosted is on that sniper. Sometimes, pare, he has been internationally tested. Granted, it did not work. It's still internationally tested, pare. Pero Azenit will get taken down. Good wall bang galing dito kay X3D, pare, with the 125cc peak. Not gonna be enough against dito kay Alrets. 2 turns into 1 para dito sa Heroic as iikot na lang na malayuan dito si Alrets. 35 seconds left. I like the positioning from Silent, though, na, yeah, he's not gonna commit to the jump down all the way. Just weighing out his options. Meron siyang Godbox. Meron siyang HP dito to try and see if he can get that one going. Pero Alrets, good position pag nag-check. Si Silent at the wrong place at the wrong time. He will see a glimpse dito ni Alrets, actually. 13 seconds worth of distraction is all he needs to do. And hindi niya kailangan mag-overextend. And Alrets put in a very uncomfortable position. That slight jump down na ginawa ni Silent, seeing a glimpse of Alrets dito sa site. And he just knew na 10 seconds na lang. Why would I have to fight this fully? I'm just put him in a bad spot.
Daming pros din no? Compared sa cons na pwede niyang gawin sa position na yon. He's prepared for an off angle if galing nga dun sa may GR spawn. Pero meron din siyang magandang timing no? Talagang going in and out of the peak, knowing where the last player is gonna be coming from. So put in a safe spot. That will be a 3-2 para sa Heroics on their BL side now. I do not like how close it is, but you can definitely see how really well placed yung making confidence ng Heroics as they start off back into this lead. Vengeance now put in a 3-1-1, 3-1-2 split up. 1-2 split up actually para magkaroon sila ng stable defense all across the map. Already have Z control. LB already secured. Kasama tong si Zolek. So this God box position from Jello is gonna get tested in a matter of seconds kung dito nga sila manggagaling, but it will be a 3-2 split up. Will Vengeance expect this kind of push coming through from Heroics?
I just want to know, pare, if Vengeance has more than one default sa kanilang GR side on this map. But It is what it is. Sua spotted dito sa RS and
Nagay na.
F it, man. Two-man curve. Yo! Sua, where's the call, pare? Oh my God! Yun lang, I stopped casting and started flaming, pare, in that very moment. Oh my God, Sua. Sua, you got to tell Azenit na meron ng tao dito sa curve, pare. Like, that's on you, bud.
Nako po. Nag-disconnect ata sa Discord, boss. Yun ang mahirap
Yun
sa
lang. I
nangyayari.
turned into Azenit for a second there, pare. Pero let's see. 20 seconds left. Alred, Skara. Last two left alive. Not much you can do. That's the classic bait. Second player dies as well. I mean, Dex. Medyo nasayang yung kanyang pain dito. Pero para kay Silent is just gonna be sealing those two kills. A slight miscommunication, pare. Making the round break apart.
That's not how you want the round to go. But yeah, I gotta see that Heroics actually had a good game plan moving forward there. Instead of the usual mid-peak na ginagawa nila from that underbridge spot, they decide na i-cross na lang dun sa may curve. Nagulat agad yung isa mga nag-hold pa lang on the long angle. And that kind of actually dismantled the defense on Vengeance. They even disrupted your rotation timing because of the same position. So yeah, just sort of all around a good push from Heroics.
Alam na nila kung saan nakatayo dun si Azenit. Azenit is doing yung the jump peaks sa ilalim ng B site. Obviously, you spot that immediately pag labas mo ng curve. So,
yeah,
yun nga, that's why it was Sua's responsibility as yung RS player or exit player natin dito who's just jiggling. Kahit slight information lang, just scream, okay, nakadaan na sila sa curve. Azenit, like, do something, maybe makaka-react pa si Azenit at that time. Pero, yun nga, Heroic about their surprise game dito, pare. X3D missing the ninja. Says F it. 3-man push dito sa mid. Sua now on the left side. Ghosted, taking him down. Pero X3D siya pa kayo matadamay dito. Jezreel finally getting the trade frag. Jezreel getting 2! Yun lang, and he might get 3. Nope. Aldets will take it down. Gara, can he get the 2K? Yes, he can. Overall, solid defense. Walang butas naman that time para dito sa Vengeance. 4 and 3. Let's see, man. I mean, 2 points straight. That's what I hope para dito sa Vengeance.
Yeah. And naging matawa na si Sua as he now forgiven for his mistake with Jezreel. Back on the jumping shot, even killing off tong si Kara, who really was willing to take the fight over towards that mid position. Pero kita mo sa parang previous round, everybody just had like mistakes from all the previous rounds that we've had. Tapos they were all fixed by just one round that we've had. Sua with that double kill. Tapos everything just fell apart after Azenit and Kara also got a bit more confidence sa mga duels sila dito. So maybe, as you said, it could be 2 rounds straight, but with Kara taken down agad, baka mas mahirapan sila dito on the defense. So they're kind of back into a 1-1-2 setup. They're all watching down that mid side. At least one holding up the extremity dun sa side na mapa natin, as Heroic are gonna have free LB control. House already controlled by them as well. And with the C4 also within their vicinity, Jello is not gonna have the best of times. Lalo na if na-flash siya dito sa tall box natin. We'll see how it goes. Flash on in, smoke on down as well. And Jello tried to spray on blindly. Gets one. Very lucky to get one at least with Silent. Does get the trade-off eventually para maka-entry ng site. Azenit with a double kill galing sa kanya. Napaka-init ng response for Vengeance as they're walking into the push on from Heroics, as it will be Alrets and Sua to equalize the numbers 4-4 for Vengeance.
Yeah, that's what the sunk down defense looks like pagdating dito sa B-side, no? Just the jump peeking galing dito kay Azenit and just waiting for the rest of the team to come and rotate. Papunta ka dito sa ilalim as Heroic just try to take it over. Pero Zolek, another opening para sa kanya dito. He gets the double kill. I mean, can you back up against all 5 players dito, pare? Sua trying to contain whoever is inside of the B-side. Inside lang, hindi niya pwede papababain ng basta-basta dito, pare. And Alrets, Sua will get itong si Ghosted. Hold on, wait a minute. Pero hindi nila in-expect si Silent na nasa likod. But then, Heroic in an instant, pare. They're just like, F it, man. Let's just push. It's like, 5 is more than 3.
Tama ka dyan, Sneaky. Talagang back to the basics na nga for Heroics. They have been aggressive all throughout. They started yung series natin and they go back to their bread and butter nung masyado nang nagiging close yung mga rounds. So 5-4 split up. But this is what you said, no? Parang hindi ito ideal para ma-start ito for the Heroic side. The Vengeance, I think now that the sides of swap, mukhang medyo mahirapan na sila dito. Now they start on BL, they have a 2-1-2 setup. Usually the type of team that really is gonna let their opponent just throw their utility at them, you know?
Pero feeling ko gagawin dito ng Heroics, they're probably just gonna, smoke start of the round. Obviously, HEs are gonna be very important. Pero isa-save nila yung mga flashes nila just in case that there's gonna be any side takes happening. Pero tamang passive play lang muna galing dito sa Vengeance. I think they're expecting maybe another fast play galing dito sa Heroics, but they decided to do something different this time. And ayun nga, I think para sa Heroics, they're just letting the map advantages play itself para sa kanila dito. Pero Silent, very precarious position para sa kanila dito. Outlets staring straight at exit dito. Inches away from the gun of Silent. Pero hindi na nila i-investigate, no? They actually want to go dito sa mid area natin. Kara is gonna see that Silent is actually sitting right here. Pero Kara's gonna get taken down. No wallbangs? No wallbangs from the other players. Nako po.
No?
I mean, that was a very vulnerable position para kay Silent. And, I don't know, they decide to hide information. Pero nag-cross siya ng mid. Sees 2. I mean, obviously, there's still presence sa mid. Vengeance, 48 seconds left. They got nothing done dito sa mapa natin. The past a minute and 30, pare.
Yeah, no Z control at all. And they didn't even try for the trade at all. So push on in from that LA position na I believe is gonna be a desperate attempt galing from them. Talaga nga namang hinahayaan na lang to get them that one for nothing as they now walk into the Hornet's Nest. It's gonna be the long shot from Ghosted, but it will be a blind shot yet again. Sua gonna start off well para sa Heroics. Well, actually for Sua this time around, Vengeance are gonna have a beautiful time to try to rotate back in towards the A side as well. Silent drops, he gets a double kill coming through with that AK. Called out, mukhang mapapatay pa nga nila lahat ng pumasok dito sa may A side. That will be a Heroics retake. That will be a 6th round for them.
Now, that is the risk of playing exactly like that, no, na mag-aantay ka sa start ng round. Obviously, Heroics is the type of team to make some early round plays, no? But then at the same time, what if hindi nag-push yung Heroics? Then you're just stuck. Like, oh, nawalan na kami ng player. Oh, damn. Like, I guess we have to go to A side, guys. Wala tayong control sa LB whatsoever. But then, you're just playing into Heroics' hands. They know na papunta kayo ng A side at that very time. So, it's not really much of a hard read para sa kanila dito. Ghosted, trying to relive or at least regain yung kanyang composure after getting absolutely wrecked sa top A in that last round. Pero Ghosted will get taken out by Aldrets dito, pare. So, 4 versus 4. Both snipers gone. Pero si Aldrets will actually pick it up. Or no, Aldrets or Sua para dito kay Ghosted. So, it's not actually a good trade para kay Heroics. Losing that top A position. X3D, I think he should pick up yung sniper sa top A. Jezreel capable as well. Oh, yeah, another A take.
Yeah. Para they can just keep throwing bodies sa kapag dating doon sa may like scenarios. But we'll see as Jeloy starts off with that LA push. They also had CA control. Now Kara gives it up. So a full commitment laban dito kay Jezreel and he's handled beautifully. Galing dito sa pag-entry ni Kara. Spotted by Zolek and everybody from that RS spawn. But Zolek, what a beautiful nade. Kara down. 3v3. Smoke on down para sa pag-entry. And Heroics, you're gonna surprise them kasi Zolek's not hitting the shot. Run and gun. One tap papunta kay Jeloy. And it will be X3D to claim it into a 1 versus 1. Pero what will Aldrets do? Does not hit the shot. Called out and it's enough para kay X3D. What a re-entry coming through for Heroics as it will be 7-4 para sa kanilang GR.
Yun lang, X3D with a patented flying Colt drop down, pare. He's already done it last week. He's doing it this week as well. 7-4 Heroics. Now taking full advantage ng kanilang paiging GR side dito sa mapa na to. And just like I always said it, man, if you're playing very, very passive in this map but also not actively slowly taking map control dito, pare, you are gonna get stuck. Pero Zolek, expecting itong si Jeloy on the left side. Missing an entire spray but gets the headshot anyways, pare. Zolek trying to go for more pero mapapabalik na lang sila dito knowing the half HP na lang siya. But it was all a bait for Ghosted to take out itong si Sua. Grabe, hook, line, and sinker para dito sa Heroics, para getting those first 2 picks.
Bait for the trade, pero yung nag-greet sa kanya is an shot from Ghosted. Beautifully done para sa Heroics. That double, triple setup na ginawa nila doon sa may LB. Su and Jeloy were not prepared at all. 3 versus 5. And again, back into their passive setup where they're not actively gaining some map control. Heroics doing exactly that para makontrol nila yung bawat na pwedeng maging option ng Vengeance on their BL. And wasting a lot of time as well. Heroics really just doing a lot of their homework. Really well done dito.
Yeah, I really feel the pain of si Kara dito of trying to play this map aggressively, no? Kasi, ayun yeah, I also don't do well on port considering yung style ko rin is face on fight. Try to shoot as much as possible dito pare, but in a map like port, it's tough to do so kasi daming angles na kailangan mong isipin as well. But they do get si Zolek. That's a good start. But they are in a 3v4 pare and they need to guess which site has a lot less people. Pero yung positioning kasi dito ni Silent at ni Ghosted, basta may mag-ingay dito sa B-side, that's gonna be a very quick rotation pare. And I feel like someone made a noise. Someone made a noise! Yun lang. Vengeance, maybe someone mistapped yung kanilang tap walk dito or someone didn't crouch as soon as they fell. Ghosted will get itong si Kara Azarit up next. Headshot to X3D. Alret's gonna get taken down as well. 8-4. Ayun nga. Vengeance, they're playing a bit too scared for my liking dito sa BL side.
Totoo, man. And it's also like a good rotation timing then, no, from Heroics. I think their communication is on point. I think they really did here. Yung sound ko na yun. It kind of fell apart nung pagkatapos sila mag-ingay dun sa house, nakaset up na ng long shot tong si Ghosted. And Ghosted has been improving all throughout the series, man. We already know that how good he is on the sniper. Kahit nung first map natin, he's not as up there as Alretz when it comes to the first bloods. But he gets yung kills ng mga napaka-importante, no? So it kind of does a lot for your team. Especially now that he's activated ngayon very late into the sport map.
Yun nga. First CA play I've seen galing sa Vengeance actually this entire time. But Kara ends up lower HP in that fight actually against dito kay Jezreel. Yes, nakuha nila yung CA position pero low na si Kara sa start ng round. Ayun nga, a stray nade towards his direction pare can definitely take him out. Pero at least na-clear nila yung CA. And di ba confirm dito ng Heroics whether or not it is gonna be an A split. And ayun nga, Vengeance, they're still waiting. And I don't like it. I don't like it pare kasi ayun nga, you have this split second window bago makareact dito yung Heroics sa ginagawa niya dito sa A site. Pero tignan mo yung position ni Silent dito, no? He is very near mid. He can actually climb up all the way into CA dito para Ghosted. He's gonna flash himself. Does dodge it in time para Ghosted. Does not get the first one. Jezreel nandito pa sa hagdan. X3D will get itong si Jeloy. Jezreel still somehow live and alive dito sa game natin. Pero hindi nila in-expect yung flank ni Silent from CA.
Oh!
And 9-4 is the scoreline pare. I mean, I was looking at the minimap and nakikita ko na I'm like, Silent's already on CA pare. This is a disaster waiting to happen para sa Vengeance.
Yeah, even I was also kind of expecting it then, though. He was already like thinking to himself, now, what if I flag up with him right now? And Heroics, I just want to get this map done. Mukhang may dinner sila pakatapos nito. May kakainin pa sila. At mukhang gusto nila matapos to as soon as possible. May lakad pa yung mga Heroic players natin. And they already got a 2-for-1 special.
They got a celebration with R7. Most likely.
Sama-sama na eh. No?
So,
alam na yung call time. 7 p.m. daw. 7 p.m.
7 p.m. call time. They got 4 minutes. Oh, they got 8 minutes. I forgot na ahead pala yung oras ko dito sa BC. Pero Jeloy, yeah, I think he's had enough. I think Jeloy had enough, pare. I think it might be time to call it kung kayo yung Vengeance dito. It's been a good game para kay Azenit. It's been a good game para dito kay Suwa, pare. But it's a tough map to play, no? Especially pag 5-4 yung score nyo and Heroics. They do know how to play this map, pare. So, it's not unfamiliar territory para sa kanila dito. Silent gets the headshot dito kay Suwa. Aldrets na lang natitira. It's been a nice time, bud. But it is the end of the series and it is a sweep. Told you guys, it is gonna be a sweep. And Heroics, they win itong set number 2 natin. I mean, di sila nagkulang sa series, pare. It's just a bit of an accident happening siguro dito sa Ankara na nakahabol pa na onti dito yung Vengeance, but then they locked in pagdating dito sa map number 2.
Salamat sa pagpasok dito, no, Vengeance. Parang nung nagtagal, I think Ankara was kind of a good map to kind of start with sana if they actually got locked in coming into this. Pero I guess when Heroics got really hot, they got really, really hot kaya medyo nahirapan na nga sila. You kind of saw Zolek be top fragging for both of the games and hindi din nag-help para sa side ng Vengeance na medyo nakukulangan sila when it comes to the communication. And as you mentioned, hindi siguro din sila nagtatry ng anything different, anything aggressive. Especially nung nag-start sila dun sa BL, they were playing around the time a little bit too much. And parang ang bilisan ng punish eh. You gotta see that those setups were getting disrupted by Silent being a bit more passive in his approach, by everybody playing the reactive game. When they hear one sound cue, nasa tamang position lang sila lagi. So for Heroics under GR, I think they've done amazingly on their job right here. But the fact that the map got really close, para sigurong hindi din nag-help para sa Vengeance para makapag-start ng kahit ano.
Yeah, the fact that yung inexperience ng Vengeance as well going into the port map didn't really help their case dito sa series na to. Ayun nga, they got Vengeanced, as we do like to say, dito sa map number 1 and map number 2. Ayun nga, first half, I wouldn't argue it was good para dito sa Vengeance, considering they did get a 1-point deficit before nag-turn yung half, no? So there's still a lot to improve para dito sa team. I think a lot more layers I would like to see para dito sa Vengeance, pare. I mean, yung default nila was kind of the exact same thing for most of the rounds. Slight lang yung kanilang adjustment siguro pagdating dito sa kanilang GR side. And I really don't like it, no? Yung pag nagkakaroon ng mode yung mga teams dito. Granted, okay lang mag-hold, no? Holding, it's a pretty good thing to do, especially kung kalaban nyo ay sobrang aggressive. But then, you have to hold with a goal in mind, pare, na okay, after this certain time, anong gagawin natin dito? Titake ba natin yung LB? Titake ba natin dito yung CA as a squad? Or are we gonna take LA? No? Kailangan naka-decide na kayo bago pa kayo gumawa ng hold play, bago kayo, before you wait patiently for the enemy team to peek into you, pare. So I feel like there was a lack of that para dito sa Vengeance, unfortunately. So, ayun nga, it's just Heroics being the better team at the end of the day, pare. They got too much experience, too much skill on the squadron para ayun nga, no, to be shaken very easily dito sa series natin.
Yeah. And I think we're gonna flash the highlights here just to kind of show you what has been going on all throughout. Kasi feeling ko I don't feel a lot of disappointment. I think there's a lot of I'm very impressed with how Heroics have actually performed dito. Nakita mo may mga times na hindi lang consistent yung hinaharap natin eh. Talagang steady yung naging performance ng mga Riflers dito. And when a team that usually likes to play aggressive goes steady, talagang it's not gonna be a good time sa kanilang kalaban eh, no? When it comes to this, lalo na sa Heroics that are usually known to be an aggressive team, but Heroics also know when to be aggressive, when to not be. Kaya di din surprising para sa akin na they got the ball rolling nung talagang nagsimula sila doon sa GR side nila. They got really good ideas. Yung double push up doon sa pag-split up nila from that mid side, as well as yung B, yung mga times na kina-counter din nila, yung mga slow pushes ng Vengeance by literally not doing anything. A lot of good points, pero normally points that you'd see a team that usually wants to perform really well on. Vengeance though, it's a tough day at the office, man. Maybe it's just not their day ngayon.
Yeah, for sure. Could be a bad day para dito sa Vengeance. So I've seen them at their peak, pare, capable of beating teams like itong Sunday Shrooms, but I've really seen them at the bottom of the barrel dito sa mga ibang tournaments natin. No? So that inconsistency that really makes Vengeance fun to watch, but painful to watch at the same time sa mga ibang mga games natin. So hopefully we do see the better version of themselves going into yung kanilang next week's matchup, which is gonna be XPT. I would argue they have a pretty good shot actually dun sa series na yun up against itong XP2, who hasn't also had the best time dito sa Impact natin. So yun nga, fortunately para dito sa Vengeance, they might be able to stack a win there and hopefully a 2-0 no, para lang mabawi yung nangyari dito today.
No, tama ka naman, no? And then maybe a time to reset din para sa mga players natin dito who really have the performance or at least the potential to have a good performance moving forward then, no? We kind of saw glimpses of that coming through from Kara nung nag-start tayo in Ankara. But by the end of it, parang hindi na din siya nagkaroon ng mataas din eh na showing. Kaya I think it's about time that they see a lot more coming through from the other players from Vengeance. We did see a lot more play coming through from Azinit, and a lot of times that he had good flanks, good clutches. It's also picking up so many of those good head-to-heads with the sniper. But at the end of the day, what matters is how well you did all throughout the map, all throughout the set. And so far, dito sa port map natin, I think it's safe to say that the right players were activated nung nasa Heroics sila.
Yep. And ayun nga, Silent with a 1.63 KD, 0.93 kill per round. Silent's always been a very, very good port player, honestly. And yun nga, is multifaceted na playstyle, no? He can play passive, he can play aggressive, you can play him in whatever spot you want dito sa mapa and he's gonna produce for sure. Compliments to Zolek as well. Has been having a hell of a series, and just like how I said it, no, it was a test whether or not, it is a Zolek versus Kara matchup, and I kind of called it na Kara would have a slightly harder time dito sa port kasi entries don't really have the best time dito sa mapa na to. Kid from Hell would know as well. So, a very, very nice attempt galing sa kanila dito. Aldrich had a very, very good series as well, as in it with a good showing dito sa port. Not too much dun sa Ankara, pare. And, overall, just a very, very good series para dito sa Heroics. 4 of your players worked out. Jesriel, he had his spots as well dito sa series natin. And they just got overwhelmed 2-0, man.
You think it was a combination of yung mental nila moving forward, or maybe it was a map veto? I don't know. Kasi feeling ko it could be a lot more than just the logistics of the whole game. But match result, and I think it's also a good time for me to point that question at you nga. Kung do you think it's a map veto difference, or do you feel like it's less about that and more about Vengeance's mood coming into the day?
Not having Black Widow is a big loss para sa Vengeance. In all honesty, I really feel like this would be a different score, a different kwento siguro. Pwede natin tawagin na pag nandito yung Black Widow, we would see at least one map going in the way of Vengeance. But without that map, of course, hindi sila komportable. Granted, Ankara was very, very close, no? But then, the last 4 rounds happened and it swung back in the way dito ng Heroics. Para naman support, it's a lot more than we expected in the maps where Heroics, once that half turned and obviously score, it is to their advantage and galing pa sila sa BL side. I just knew na it was over at that point.
Man. At that point, talagang wala nang naipalag ang Vengeance coming through towards the matchup. But I think it's safe to say na this week is not the best for them, but maybe in the next coming weeks, it's gonna be a different story. Pero para sa Heroics naman, it's time for celebration dahil ang MVP nila is none other than Zolek yet again. It is a 1.33 KD, 0.63. Medyo naging I'd say compared sa last game na, it's not the highest that we'd seen, but the fact that he did this ng sunod-sunod na games is just telling of how good of a player Zolek is.
Zolek, obviously, this is what we expect galing sa kanya dito. His output has been absolutely insane for the past few times, and nakala ko talaga na he is gonna have a downturn considering na hindi AGT yung kalaban nila this time, but it seems like I was wrong. Zolek producing the exact same, still just as aggressive, still just as deadly, no? So, props to Zolek, man. He has been one of the breakout players dito sa Impact kasi we already know who the rest of the team is para dito sa Heroics, but hey, Zolek, all I'm saying is you could get picked up by one of the bigger orgs dito sa Pilipinas, pare, if you keep playing like this sa Impact. But I hope you keep it consistent, man. I hope he keeps it consistent and gets opportunities to do so, pare, kasi hey, this kid is very, very good. Or I hope it's a kid when I called him a kid, pare. Malay mo, it's a full-grown adult pala, pare.
Whether or not he is yung talent na hindi natin madedenay talaga, diba? Yung lakas niya dito sa buong series natin na hindi talaga natin madedenay at naipakita niya dahil doon sa pananala against Vengeance. So congratulations sa Heroics, makikita natin sila mag-improve up in the standings later on. Pero yun nga, no? I think it's very important that we also gotta talk about the games for tomorrow as well dahil 2 days tayong Impact Summer, ladies and gentlemen. Tapos na yung day 1 natin and it's been a banger of a set of games so far. I think it was Rhea 7 winning out yung game nila against AGT, if I'm not mistaken. That was a 2-0. And I think 2-0 for Heroics as well. It's not what I expected. It was against yung naging prediction ko so far. But I'm happy to see a lot of good teams and players perform consistently on the server.
Yeah, for sure. I think in the first series especially, didn't expect that much of a fight dito sa AGT. But then, they kind of fought back dito sa map number 2, Rio having his movements as well. At the end of the day, it's still Rhea 7, pare. Similar nga dito sa Heroics, they're just a better team going into yung series. And that's why I was saying kanina actually dun sa broadcast namin ni Salvatore that I would actually would like to see yung Heroics versus R7 matchup, fully knowing yung implications ng dalawang teams, fully knowing na how well the teams actually know each other dito, pare, and how they come up with creative ways to actually beat them or beat each other dito sa possible na series na makikita natin, which I assume is June 18 first series. So, ayun nga, maybe Heroics, they got some moves over their homies pare at the R7 side, or maybe the opposite could be true here as well. Pero, ayun nga, props to them, man. Still 2-0 at the end of the day. I don't know how far it boosts them yata dito sa leaderboard. Most likely, it is a number 4, number 3 placing para sa kanila, which is very, very good, no? Kasi, ayun nga, Heroics, they have been hanging around that number 5 spot for a while there. So, at least meron na silang onti security dito, pare.
Yeah, and because of this 2-0, that also kind of influences where Sunday Shrooms is also going to be, whether or not they got knocked down a peg or maybe retain the same result. Pero medyo naging hindi malapit yung naging game natin dun sa second map. So that's probably going to be yung tiebreaker if ever. We're going to look into it pagdating dun sa mga matchups natin. Don't forget na may head-to-head din ang Heroics and versus Sunday Shrooms. So that's also something to consider as we look into yung team standings natin. Malalaman natin kung sino yung top 3, top 4. There you go, Sunday Shrooms still on top 3. Heroics also gonna be on top 4 right now. I don't think the standings actually change that much except for solidifying yung place ng Ring 7 Ermita, which is gonna be the best team right now in the Impact League. So
yeah, but yun nga, no, we haven't seen Sunday Shrooms and MATTJESS still play their third map dito pare, so that could change very quickly as tomorrow's games they do involve some of the top 4 teams. And speaking of the top 4 teams, there's 2 top 4 teams actually going up against tomorrow, pare, which is that MJ versus SS matchup, and we do have the AL versus XPT, ALSOVEREIGN versus Xypher Pro Team. 2 very evenly matched na matches actually that we have tomorrow. Pero this is what I imagined the Impact standings were gonna look like sa start ng tournament natin. I'm obviously not expecting yung R7 to be, first, no? I was actually expecting itong MJ Sunday Shrooms to be first and second, pare. But obviously, Ria 7 on a very, very good run so far dito sa Impact. And judging from their opponents, it's been pretty good para sa kanila so far. They have faced XPT, ALSOVEREIGN at itong AGT, no? So, let's see what actually happens pag may nakalaban ng top 3 itong R7 dito, which is gonna be their next matchup, pare, going into the next match week, which is Sunday Shrooms versus R7, which I'm personally looking forward to, pare.
Medyo maganda nga no? As we're now gonna be talking about yung susunod nga no? So yung exciting matchup din sabi mo, will MATTJESS solidify yung place nila against Sunday Shrooms, who have been trying their best to try to get themselves back up ulit. I do believe that we had a conversation between kung sino yung top 1, top 2. We had two of these teams in mind, but now they have a chance to actually get themselves higher back into the standings to kind of also put a statement sa kabilang team. Well, whereas we have the second matchup, we have ALSOVEREIGN versus Xypher Pro Team trying to catch up sa mga standings natin from the bottom 8. I do want to see a little bit more out of these 2 teams, kaya seeing them perform tomorrow, yun nga yung parang isa mga watch out ko para sa ating susunod na araw ng Impact. Pero hindi lang naman yun ang mga patid ng Crossfire sa buong linggo natin. Meron pa tayong preview program on Friday. I'll be part of that podcast for the first time this season. So kasama natin si Vil, may kasama tayong mga talents, and we'll also have a special guest. Malalaman nyo yan pagdating ng announcement. And of course, after Friday, we have PH Masters on Saturday and Sunday. So be sure to check that out, mga kaibigan. Hindi pa tapos ang Crossfire sa buong nating linggo. And before we close everything off, Sneaky, you have any final words before the end of broadcast today?
Yeah, check out the preview show, man. I have nothing to plug, honestly, kasi Tuesday pa naman yung podcast namin. So, yun nga, check out the podcast, I guess. Yun nga, Sambayan ng Crossfire episode 1 is out sa Crossfire Times, and we did talk about ACL and the first 2 weeks ng Masters and Impact on that episode. So, feel free to check it out, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much for dropping by sa lahat ng mga nanonood from the Crossfire community. Without you, walang-wala talaga ang ating mga roadmap for PH Masters right now, and tsaka sa Impact as well. So thank you so much for giving us a shot. Thank you so much sa Smilegate as well para mabigyan kami ng opportunity para masabi yung mga kwento ng lahat ng mga CF players natin in the Philippines and the entire world as well. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. It has been a blast to have the chance na maikast ang buong Impact Summer for today's broadcast. At tomorrow, we'll have even more banger games pagdating sa ating Impact Summer 2025. We'll see you tomorrow.